We are ready.
Saw this workshop where
Is that coming through your computer?
Yeah, I can hear it. It's just you had an echo, but it sounds better now.
testing one, two.
Still got an echo.
I think we're good now.
Yeah, it sounds a lot better.
Sounds great. Okay. The first item on our workshop agenda is an update on the design of Second and Third Avenue improvements. There's some staff members here, so I will turn it over to them and walk us through it.
Thank you. And get it pulled up here. Sure. All right. Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Board of Trustees. Yeah, and so we'll go through some, start off with some introductions. I think we've all met, but I'm Dustin Bowles. I'm the town engineer.
With the attorney.
Oh, sorry.
You don't have to be. Okay. You're just something like.
I'm Cameron Knapp. I'm with Drexel Burrell Engineering. We are a private engineering firm that's been contracted with the city to do the site route to school on Third Avenue.
All right, so yeah. Kind of give you guys a status update. We'll do a overview of the design, kind of walk through it at a 20,000 foot level. And then there's a few items, the pricing that we'd like to get board direction on. So yeah, just talk about kind of our general agenda.
Yeah.
That's the process question up front. We're not quite at 60%, but when we get to 60% design, is that usually when most public input ceases and then from that point it's just refining it? Or my recollection of past projects is once you get to 60% design and it's submitted, then at that point you're not seeking to make major revisions from that point forward. Is that right?
Really like to probably, after we leave the 30%, be pretty much done with that, because it starts getting really expensive design wise if we gotta start making changes.
Generally 30% is your, you get your design set and then you're just putting all the crossing the T's and dotting the I's and stuff. And that's how, and the safe routes will have to go through CDOT review, and they do a 30% review and a 90% and then a review.
So CDOT doesn't even do this.
No.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
What plan to? So I thought one thing be helpful is just kind of, like I said, we'll try doing a walk through the plan set here. Just starting off, the kind of go into the basics. This is the typical street section. This follows the town's code for a local street section. There could be an argument made that kind of by function, the Second Avenue could be almost considered a collector, but traffic volumes, that's nowhere close to what you would typically consider for a collector street. And also, we really don't have given that it's built into the side of a hill, we really don't have the room for this cross section. So as a basis of design, went with a local street section. The whole local street section is 34 feet across, 17 on each side from flow line to flow line of the curbs. So if we just kind of start, this is on the left side of the screen here is US 36 and the Second Avenue intersection. Pretty much have the improvements starting. Ideally would have kept it all within town right away, but there's a few things like connecting the sidewalk that will actually have to go into the CDOT right away. The whole drainage for this whole corridor ends up at this low point, right on the west side of Second Avenue. Currently, there is an inlet there. It's a small vein grade inlet. In the proposed design, we have a much larger area style inlet going in there. We also we're putting in a concrete drainage pan across the parking lot. Just kind of as a general rule, asphalt and where you have concentrated flows just doesn't do very well with freeze thaw cycles. So anywhere where we have the concentrated flow drainage, trying to put in the concrete, either curb and gutter or cross pans. Filling in the curb along the side of the restaurant here. You go to the other side of getting the sidewalk tied in here along the east side of Second Avenue. This would be a new sidewalk. Any of you probably seen there's a large transformer here. It would need to be elevated about 18 inches or so in order to make the grade work. This fall across this intersection, I don't know if anyone's looked at it closely, but you lose almost 3.5 feet of fall. This little short area, it's pretty gnarly from a grade standpoint. As you continue going up, we continue the sidewalk along the east side. That will involve saw cutting into some of these existing driveways and doing some patch back as well. Let's keep going up. We tie into the intersection.
Justin, while you're on that section, that it doesn't seem like you're changing any of the business parking spaces there, either at the restaurant or the barbershop, right? Here.
Correct. No, yeah, all these parking spaces would pretty much remain as is.
But there would be no parallel parking on the east side of the street, is that right? Up on the mountain gate.
On street parking.
Yeah, no, through this section it still would be.
Would be. Okay.
Yeah. Another thing I forgot to mention is we kind of looked through some of the stormwater improvement stuff and green infrastructure that Aaron's been kind of working on, looking at possibility of doing some sort of a stormwater structure right here. This kind of dirt space between their parking lot and the gutter pan here. Maybe something like a small rain garden or something along those lines. It wouldn't be able to treat all the flow by any means, considering how much we have coming there, but it could probably get some decent stormwater quality improvement though for the minor storms. So yeah, we tie into the Mountain Gate Apartments here. Right now, this has like a 8-inch or 10-inch culvert going across. Very low capacity, so really it's best just to remove the culvert, put in a drainage pan. And then as you do that, though, you do have to kind of chase some grades back up this driveway and rebuild a little bit of this driveway into the apartments. From there, continue the sidewalk up Second Avenue along the east side. We will need for some portions here, just kind of showing this is some landscape boulders or something just to make up about anywhere from 12 to 18 inches of grade, rather than trying to grade a slope back that's already pretty steep hillside. We continue going up. Before Old Main, we have either a full section or we actually have quite a bit wider than that local street section up until this point. But then as you go across the Old Main intersection, it was transitioned to a narrower roadway section. As you see in the packet, discuss having no parking along the west side. And so that basically begins here on the north side of Old Main. What that looks like from a cross-section standpoint. Would be something like this. So this would be the east side. So you would still have parking on the east side, a full 10-foot lane, sidewalk. But then on the west side, you would have 10-foot lane, and then you would have the curb or the gutter as well. So if something wider was coming through, you would still have a full standard 12-foot lane as well. But this is what the cross section of the roadway would look like from Old Main to High going up Second. So yeah, continue this narrower cross section. One of the things in the sidewalk assessment was they said there was a need for a crosswalk here. If we did do a crosswalk, so there is one here. Again, it's more landscape boulders to make up some minor grade difference along here. This driveway right here is probably one of the most challenging to make work on this project. So I had to actually lower the whole road a little bit, a few inches here to make this so that we wouldn't be sending water back towards their front door. This is where you kind of start to really get into that building a road on the side of a hill aspect. Is on this side, we actually have to use landscape boulders to hold back fill on this side. And then on this side,
On the west side,
on the west side, correct. And then as you get on the east side, we actually have a small toe wall attached to the sidewalk. And acting as a small retaining wall on that side. So you're filling on one side, cutting on the other. Continue along. We have another crosswalk section here at Old High. Once again, this was one that they identified as a location in the sidewalk assessment where it would be good to have one. High Street has a pretty steep grade going down, and in order to keep water in Second and not going down High Street, normally you'd put in like a crest curve in a roadway, but you would have been chasing that way down the street almost a third. So did more of like a kind of a commercial driveway entrance in that section that would actually look very similar to another one we have in town. If you can imagine, essentially this driveway entrance right here with the sidewalk right there. This is by the wastewater plant. You can imagine that. That is basically what we're proposing to put here at High. It was the easiest way to keep the water in Second Avenue and not have to chase the grade all the way down the street. Still had to go a ways down, but not too far in order to get that made up.
You'd be able to spend the water flowing down from Upper Second Avenue isn't gonna get diverted onto High Street. The drainage there is problematic.
Yeah, no, and looking at as I was kind of doing a lot of the drainage work, I haven't had a chance to talk to these folks, but these two houses on both sides of the High look like, from a topo standpoint, should get blasted in a storm of water.
Yeah, the water that runs down High, there's nothing big, it's in little worn out scoops out of the dirt. The water is, there's no continuous curb and gutter and. So
Yeah, that
that's
should
what I
help.
was worried about is this underflow water on the High Street. I have a couple of High Street residents have asked about that already.
So, yeah, it should have if you can imagine, a 6-inch barrier, it started, and looking at the flows, we shouldn't exceed that, but yeah, that was kind of the design standard tried following, is making sure we at least had 6-inch elevation differential to keep that flow in the Second Avenue. Same with this alley. I know someone else had brought this up recently that they had some issues, but same thing, we would actually, and as part of that, pour in a concrete apron onto this as well to keep the flow in Second Avenue and keep it from going into the alley.
So there's no need to carry opening.
No, and yeah, actually removing most of these small culverts. Yeah, they're all 8, 10, 12-inch culverts that are half plugged, and they just really, even if they weren't plugged, they have very little capacities when you compare it to the surface drainage capacity. So yeah, continuing up, and the same thing, it still has that narrower cross section all the way through. There is a pipe that outlets drainage from First Avenue right here, so would have to put in a decent sized chase drain under the sidewalk to let that flow through. And then during a major event, flow would just go over the sidewalk, and it's more landscape boulders in order to get the sidewalk tied in. We ended the sidewalk at First Avenue. Kind of another notable thing, this property owner has quite a bit of landscaping and everything. Did our best we could. There's actually a little kink in the road to try going around all of this. We have spoke to them. They had some concerns and kind of explained why the roadway is what it is and what we're trying to do. So I think our impact, I think, will be relatively minimal, but it is really tight through there. And then kind of see where budgets land. We have included right now of after we get past first of including as part of the project doing the 2-inch mill and overlay for Mountain View. It's part of it.
How old is that? How long is that for next year?
I think early 90s. I don't.
Will it be resurfaced?
A little later than that, it was late in the 90s.
Was late 90s. No resurfacing to my knowledge. And looking at it, I wouldn't think it's probably been done.
Does have a good curb and gutter.
It does, yeah.
Which is part of the problem. effectively conveys all the rainfall and snow melt from up there down below where there isn't.
Yeah.
So we go through kind of striping plans. This might get taken out. I conservatively put it in here just for the intersection of no parking, but talking with Dave Costro and things, it's never really been an issue. So I think we can probably remove this yellow curve and no parking here. Thought it was probably good, at least in the early years, to do a double stripe going up second. Especially where we have the narrower section. Just the kind of, it'll be a little bit new for folks, so just helping delineate where that center line is. One thing we've been trying to do as we go through with projects on town, you've probably seen is getting this kind of fire hydrant painting detail front. That was something the fire department asked Dave a couple of years ago if we could help out with, because quite a few hydrants that we're getting parked in front of. So yeah, we have striped crosswalk across here, striped crosswalk, cross Kelling. Crosswalk with the typical pedestrian signage, Old May. We have the no parking on the west side that we discussed, so a yellow curve with the no parking, typical no parking signage. Another crosswalk at High. Yeah, this is one thing also, as we talked to this property owner, they're kind of concerned. They said they've historically always parked here and never been an issue. And I think we can accommodate that. We can move basically essentially in the no parking of their driveway here, and Mountain View will just kind of remain as it function as it has before. So that's second in the nutshell. I'll have any questions about that one?
The big section,
Nice, yeah. Your microphones, we can't.
sorry,
That way
sorry.
the people on the internet.
Okay, the big section there of built up rocks and about a third dead trees. They're mostly Siberian elms on the west side in front of that curved driveway portion. What's envisioned for that? Is that going to be redone and rocks restacked, or it's a mess now?
Yeah, did not include, so intentionally moved our improvements to, we get close, but to stay out of that. The price for that retaining wall would be enormous. So, yeah, we did stay out of, potentially move to the west to stay out of that.
I don't know that we have any structural concern with that right now. So, you know, it looks messy, but structurally it's still there. So that's another reason to touch it, because the costs or the budget for it, because it retaining.
We can't hear you, Tracy.
I'm sorry, retaining walls can be quite costly, so.
Stormwater.
Yeah, the stormwater.
Yeah, I mean, the sidewalk, there's there are dead trees there right now. Just wondering how that's going to interface with the sidewalk.
I don't know if we, is that on our property, and is that something we can try to look at? What's that for pedestrians walking by, is like, yeah, the concern.
Yeah.
Is that our property? I don't know.
Yeah, so that's something that could be probably taken care of with this project. I know that also kind of gets into the homeowner responsibility discussion, but
Right now, the cars they parked there are actually parking amongst the Siberian elms that are growing out into the street. I had some trying to envision a sidewalk going past there.
yeah, something would definitely have to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it is not town right away though? Just to clarify.
yeah, but it's down right away.
It is.
On a couple of these slides, there were indications that domes. What are domes?
The little bumps at the, or the ADA as you go up the head ramp onto a sidewalk.
Okay, got it. Solid one, thank you. Other questions from the board before we move on?
What your playgrounds, the room, the price of that.
So we have two sets of plans for Third Avenue, one for the safe route section and then one for the brick set that was funded by brick, so. We think it sounds like we're gonna do the safe route side portion first.
Sure. So these are the sets of plans that I prepared at 30% level so far. So the typical sections, we have several different typical sections, but as Justin said, we're sticking with the local street section that has the 34-foot flow line dimension, 10-foot travel lanes, 5-foot bike lanes, 2-foot gutter pan. So that's a typical section on Third. From that's starting at the upstream end of the project, which is the cemetery, just working downhill from there. That's that will be this first section. The next section you see at the bottom, that's Third Avenue between Stickney and Old Main Street. So there's already existing curb and gutter on the east side of the street. We would just simply be adding some pavement and curb and gutter and the sidewalk on the west side of the street. So for the safe route to school, the project with that and the brick, they can kind of overlap, intermingle a little bit. Some of the storm sewer that's required for the brick part is literally underneath the sidewalk area. So there's been a lot of kind of overlap, but we're putting in two different sets of plans at this point in time, and we're going to be revising them and want to officially move all of the storm to the brick side. So here and then Stickney, again, I'll get into more specific, we're just looking at the cross sections. Stickney Street is cross slope from north to south. We would literally just be adding a bit of pavement on the south end and curb gutter and the sidewalk on the south side too. I'll show you some plans. That's what the typical sections look like. So if we start up at, this is the end of
Almost the cemetery.
we did, okay, that, yeah. Storm is being done at the cemetery, so there's no aspect of safe routes being done starting at Long Street Drive. I'm gonna just go past some of these are demo plans that show removals and things. I'm gonna just skip ahead to the actual site improvement plans and kind of show the full view of everything that's going on. So yeah, the cemetery is on the left side of the screen here. There's a large offsite basin that comes down through the cemetery area and really contributes a large amount of flow into Third Street. So and looking at the drainage design, again, these overlap with the safe routes piece, but that's why you're seeing a storm squirt down the center of the street here with an inlet at the cemetery. It's going to pick up an awful lot of the offsite flow that helps alleviate some of the surface drainage otherwise ends up running down Third Avenue. So this piece is actually part of the brick project, which I'll explain later. It entails an 18-inch storm drain, starting with that inlet there at the cemetery, going down and tying into an existing inlet at the northeast corner of Long Street and Third right there. Really, that's the safe routes aspect. I'm going to kind of just gloss over this storm that you see on the east side of Third, because that's part of the break, but it's just shown for reference on these plans. Really, the safe routes piece begins here at Stewart Street, going south on Third. That's where we're adding the 6-foot wide sidewalk for safe routes. Adding some additional pavement. That's the hatched area. That's all additional pavement on the side of the street, and it includes that 5-foot bicycle lane. So that begins there and continues down all the way to Stapleton Street on the west side of the street. Once there, there's not a whole lot to cover, I guess, in that stretch. There's a couple of old ash trees in the way. In kind of this area here that are well off property areas and not a concern that they needed to be removed to facilitate the location of that sidewalk there. I'm just gonna scroll down. So this is looking at Stickney here. I'm gonna just scroll down to the start of the Stickney improvement. So I just jumped ahead. North is up in this view, and this is the elementary school down there
It's
before that.
Fourth and Sixth.
Yeah. So the project on Stickney begins at the curb ramp, the existing curb ramp at the intersection there, where the sidewalk currently ends. We would be matching into that sidewalk there, and again running the sidewalk all along the south side of Stickney, all the way down to Third. A lot of little details that are involved with everything that's in the way and existing wise. This parking lot that drains out, we show a sidewalk over, so the drainage can pass beneath the sidewalks and over, and kind of a safety method, so you don't get icy freeze during winter months, freezing up the sidewalk, safer that way. The driveway in the parking lot remains there, changes that within that respect. Just in general, sidewalk continues. You see the pavement, we try to limit the amount of pavement dollar wise, cost wise to automatically reconstruct an awful lot of signal. But again, it's all across the building range from north to south. And so by having to match into these existing grades of the street, where the pavement match, we just take the section and when you get to the end of the back sidewalk, it is higher than most of those properties along this side, just because we're matching that natural grade. And if you've been out there and you've seen there's quite a big drop off from the street side, and like the drainage from there drains towards the homes and off to the south, kind of the south easterly direction. And there's really not much we can do about that, but what we are doing is adding these inlets along there. So at least the street drainage is being caught before it's going on to these properties, which I think obviously is a good thing, catching what really the town is liable for as far as right-of-way drainage. So
This is kind of one of those things that you unfortunately discover when you're getting into the design, but this section of street where he shows that dark black line and the storm those are storm sewer, but then that section of the street is basically from an east-west standpoint is perfectly flat. So we had to we weren't anticipating adding storm sewer there, but we had to because we'd be ponding water otherwise.
yeah, that's a good point. Back here, closer to the school side, it all slopes down at a pretty good grade towards Fourth Avenue, but there's a grade break, and then everything just kind of flattens out or a very, very, very minimal slope going back towards the east. And when we mesh that existing pavement, it is essentially almost flat. So yeah, exactly. The reason for those inlets, the curb and gutter section, we kind of almost have to do up and down to create these little points, and at these little points, we way to get the water out of the inlets. So that's why there's a significant amount of storm inlets in this area we had to plan on. That's storm continues to the east, and that actually goes past Third Avenue was right here. and then we turn and go south on Third. With a larger pipe. This is a 30-inch line, so now we'll be north, this is to the left, and this is running down Third Avenue, towards Main Street to the right. The sidewalk again is on the west side. There's this increment gutter on the east side already, so essentially we're adding a little bit of pavement to get the full section width of the road, and then curb gutter and the 6-foot wide sidewalk on the west side. The storm is really running more or less directly under the sidewalk on that side, just to prevent, having to tear up more of Third Avenue.
So 30-inch storm drain there, that's quite a bit of excavation. Are there any existing electric sewer lines or anything on that side?
There's water there. It's kind of hard to see, but I assume in that there's water. There's utility crossings that run like perpendicular to the line.
But there's nothing right there.
No, we try to offset the storm for that reason, and obviously to keep separation between water, sewer. But yeah, it's kind of friend and deal. There's a lot of underground utilities there, and as we proceed into the 60% drawings, we will actually then go out and actually start popping some of these utilities to determine depths. As we start designing the depth of the sewer, trying to keep things as shallow as possible. This area, I guess the only significant thing to say right here at the corner, there's an existing gravel driveway. There currently there seems to be the only usable driveway for the property that they use. I'm not sure where.
Yeah,
By right.
we've been kind of waiting till we had Zilog down, but we are gonna go talk to this homeowner and kind of go through the options there. It may be fine as is, but this is right at Third and Stickney on the southwest side of the intersection. That by the time we get the sidewalk and everything in there, their driveway is starting to get pretty short. Probably fine for like a shorter car, but we do need to figure out with them if this will be fine or if they're gonna have another need and how we can accommodate that.
I think we encroach just like 3 to 4 feet into the gravel edge. So I think that leaves roughly, if I remember, about 16 feet of like on parking. The other concern is we obviously wouldn't want them parking or hanging their vehicle into the sidewalk or impeding the pedestrian traffic. So that's something that we're still looking at. As we move down south, we do, you'll see how the storm does take a jog, and we push it more out into the center of the street. That's literally to accommodate some existing very large trees that are on the west side of the street. And we had to see the jog around them. We had a lot of look at tree roots and the types of trees and things that are there, but at least at this level of time, we're trying to accommodate public interest in saving the very large trees. So this is at High Street, then it's just to the right side here. And sidewalk would continue and wrap around the corner and tie into the existing sidewalk that continues on the north side of the street, going west. On the other side of the street, this piece here that you see, the sidewalk area here, this was part of the original town sidewalk assessment report that had a crossing here. So this is one of the pedestrian crossings we have across Third, but we've been in communication with the owner at this address here. They were concerned about taking, she's right on the edge here. Originally, that sidewalk assessment report had the sidewalk just continuing across their driveway, and obviously, I understand that presents some safety factors with not much, backup room between the sidewalk and the garage. And then kind of diverting a lot of pedestrian route closer to the home. So we came up with just attaching the sidewalk along here instead. And then we have a curb ramp so that pedestrians can cross over to the other side. The sidewalk does not continue past on the south side. So up to the next one. Okay. So beyond High Street, this area shows there's several businesses here, in Main Street. The route that we take with the student sewer thing comes in and ties into a very large storm inlet at the intersection there. There's two large storm inlets on either side of the street. Those are 38-inch storm pipes, plenty of carrying capacity. They have a lot of slope to them, but literally the problem with the drainage is that there's just no storm sewer tying into them. So everything's being captured here is just what can be surface drainage to them. So upstream stuff has to go a long ways to tie into that. As far as the sidewalk goes, we are reconfiguring the parking lot area here right at the corner. Currently, there's kind of diagonal heading kind of parking here, and the curb line is now being pushed quite a bit into the west, but still well within the existing right of way. So with this design, we try to keep as many parking stalls as possible without losing any. We actually end up adding a true ADA accessible parking stall and accessible aisle. So with the curb ramp, so that was a plus for very consistent conditions. We had looked at this tree right here in this area was kind of a big concern. The owners, it's a very large tree, wanted to see if we can keep that, and so we did a job that looked at different things to take the sidewalk around it, between on kind of the west side of the tree or wrap it around. We put up on this design. It works, but it does eliminate one additional parking stall, so it's kind of a little offset between the balance of that.
We were able to match. I think technically if you went out counted, we'd be down one parking stall, but one of those parking stalls is basically you have to drive up and over that existing inlet, so it's a little debatable whether it's all that usable. So I think this layout actually turned out pretty good, that we were essentially able to keep all the same number of parking stalls that they currently have this level there.
And then really the only other aspects of the safe routes that we could touch on was, I mean, you see the stripe, we have a bike lane shown on the east side of or all the way to that pretty much covers the safe routes. Really a break.
Could you talk about the bike lanes a minute? Because I got some citizen feedback on that, of whether the grant requires bike lanes on both sides of the street or not. What's the situation?
We did confirm that we can adjust that.
So you wouldn't have to put bike lanes on both sides of the street between Main Street and High Street, right?
We're trying to, but there's that section in front of those businesses on the east side, like they would be losing parking, so we could start the bike lanes at High Street and carry on both sides, but eliminate it for that one section from Main Street to High. So, and it wouldn't be an issue with CDOT if we made that adjustment. So,
So yeah, I think we went through kind of most of these items as we went. So yeah, I guess kind of where we were hoping, a few things that have come up that we've been asked multiple times is mainly just scope things, but Upper Second Ave, that loop kind of D shape up there. Know the folks that live on it would love to have it included, but unfortunately we cannot. And then I know it's been mentioned a few times about alleys. We are improving maybe right at the interface of these alleys on both projects, but anything beyond that, we just don't have the budget to do anything at this time.
Well, it depends.
Usually like 20 minutes max. So it's 15.
15 minutes.
Yeah, we can't make decisions at any time.
The general business. Want to go over funding?
What were the question when I asked them to answer on number 5? That was the one with the troops and. Yeah, we're trying.
So yeah, kind of things this is tonight, if we could get direction on. We've received a lot of feedback on rollover curve and understand where folks are coming from on that. However, it is the most cost-effective way of installing curb and gutter and tying into driveways and everything. The other option is to actually do a curb cut where we taper the curbs down, put a driveway and do some grading behind. They are substantially more expensive. The way they get bid out, usually they get treated almost like a pedestrian ramp, so the price per square foot is usually double or more than just regular sidewalk or curb and gutter. The other thing is you're essentially pushing your grade tie-in point further back, so you always end up, I should say always, in 90% of the cases you end up with usually a steeper driveway, whether that's either going down or going up, just because you've pushed everything further back. And then ultimately for drainage, it is a smoother transition flow if you just keep that same curve and flow line continuing. So the curb cuts are definitely more pleasant to drive over, but from a cost standpoint, the rollover curve is much more cost effective, and it's kind of the standard that's built on most streets. But we've definitely had a lot of requests of folks wanting to ensure we'll give them a curb cut, but that's not the way we have designed it up until this point. And I don't know if
Is there an option for them to pay the additional cost of having your own curb cut instead of our own?
That could be something we could go down, especially where you have sidewalk, you start running into other issues because you've now got to bump the sidewalk back. Maybe there's something there, or maybe there's not right away, or whatever the case may be.
It also changes your stormwater flow, but water flow up though. So the whole purpose of, how many driveways are there?
I think between the two projects, we have probably 30 something.
30 some driveways. And a branch driveway, right?
And another consideration, you could be pushing into private property.
Yeah.
Which adds a little more. And actually let's see it out too, we would have to have these kind of agreements, and that would review of your plans. I just something to consider, but like depending how far you have to chase that grade back, you chase it.
How many objections did you get to the whole approach? I mean, was
I
it
think we probably had 5 to 10 people in the open house. Like,
all our new subdivisions in town have rolled codes.
All of them. It's the standard.
I could see an issue with informing them here.
I forgot to include it on the slide. It's a similar discussion for alleys. Whether we would keep the rollover curve across an alley or do a curb cut there. Alleys are obviously substantially fewer of them, but also something that would be helpful if give direction on as well. Bike lane along there, we briefly talked about that. Between, I think it was Friday, got some clarification from CDOT that portions of the bike lane need to go. Yeah, good reason for it, that it is an option that shouldn't affect our funding.
Curious about the extent of CDOT review and input on these streets, they're not state highways, but anything that drains, is that what it is, because it drains into a state highway that it's. CDOT has to sign off on all this.
They're also funding it.
They're funding.
So they're gonna,
All right, all right.
yeah, that's part of it. I mean, they, like some of the standards, they're not gonna hold us to because it isn't on the way, but there are just, they are gonna be looking, you know, how, and it's good feedback. It's a good second set of eyes and stuff, but I don't know anything else from that stuff.
Yeah, I think the funding mechanism is probably the big one of why.
They have their standard specs they want to see on things they fund through this program.
Yeah.
It takes special permission to do something new, basically.
Right.
So how many on-street parking spots are we losing?
I think we're just losing that one block between Main Street and High. So the east side, because of those businesses are there, so they're gonna have those parking spaces, they're gonna be down one or two at that business. And then, oh, sorry, I'm saying.
Just to clarify, we
Yeah.
would, third, anywhere we have the bike lanes, we would be losing parking on.
So the neighborhoods can't park on streets.
That's what I don't know.
That's been the big pushback that I've been hearing.
Yeah, and it's definitely an issue, so, yeah.
But you're saying there will be parking on the east side of Third between Main and High.
Yeah, and then,
Well, if we trim the bike lane,
If you take out the bike lane, then not just for people who live there and businesses, but also school pickup time, that's. Parking, I don't know, literally don't know where those cars would go if they couldn't use that line up there on that side of Third Avenue to pick up their kids.
north of High Street, you're losing all the street.
all the on street from on Third, from, if in that scenario, from High to this, to Sewer.
You would have a bike.
You would have a bike lane. The other one that residents I know that seems to park on the street is, the Boulder County parcel, the chicken coops, I guess, or whatever it's called, the house just south of them seems to park on Third quite a bit. So that might be another one we need to, see if they have options as well.
And that one home that has that one driveway that we're afraid it's gonna be over. Like we couldn't, I don't know if we could push them onto the street, you know, that was, we gotta check it. It's on the corner of Stickney, or on the west side of the road.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, just looking at the map, whatever date they took those pictures, there's a lot of cars parked on the streets to this whole enterprise. And I don't know, it looks like it was summer, but it's a lot of parking.
Yeah, I used to live on Third Street, so on the west side of Third for sewer, and on the east side of Third after sewer, never on both sides, because there's just accidents. Yeah, I mean, that. It's what it is, I suppose, but that is, and you know, the folks who park on the east or the west side are usually the groups, so there is parking. If you weren't, because they take that over the law, so we would like to see exactly.
Alright, another one is that narrowed street section on Second Avenue that I talked about, do lose parking on that west side of Second. For the most part, I'm on Second, that's pretty much how it's functioning right now. There occasionally is a car on the west side, but if we were to try getting in a full street section, it is gonna add significant costs, because those little kind of older wall retaining walls are now probably gonna become legit 4 or 5 foot retaining walls. Start adding those, that one house there is right up against the right of way, so they're gonna start having the street, not too far from their front windows, so. We have the right of way, yes, but I trying to fit the road in with the topography and everything that's existing there. I really think the way we have it right now, makes the most sense, but, yeah. Would like to get direction on whether move forward with that or try going with the whole section. The trees, Cameron mentioned we had to move the, storm sewer into Third. There's the two American elms right north of High. Then there is the Siberian elm, by those businesses at Third and Main. It's like Kevin said, we have the storm sewer going around them right now, to stay out of the tree roots. But the landscape architect of the project said that those, especially those two American elms, their life expectancy is not too long. Didn't get an exact year out of her, but didn't think it was much. Then the other one was the Siberian elm, and most times those are kind of a nuisance variety tree, but I know the town's had a few issues with it with the power line, and I think one time had to cut it for the build, some kind of emergency deal with the building, but it also provides great shade for the business there. So just kind of get direction on what the board would like to see done, if we keep the design as is, or if the preference would be to remove the trees, straighten the storm sewer.
On the two American elms that you talked about, I'll go ahead and put on the record here in the meeting what I emailed to the town staff today. I went and looked, and drive and walk by past those all the time. Look at them with a focus on how's this fit with the project and everything. It's kind of a different perspective. But just I suggest anybody, and I love trees as much as the next person. It looks to me, and with your opinion, those trees are dying. And you said the landscape architect thought the same thing. I've seen big limbs dropped off those trees after storm before. Would it be worth getting a free opinion from a local arborist or two, or forester or two, to confirm that landscape architects are one thing? Dead trees all up in the crowns, and some leaves like halfway down some of the limbs. They don't look like healthy trees. I mean, my thought was, okay, we spend $30,000 to go around those trees, and 2 years later they're dead. We're gonna all look like fools.
Yeah. I know Dave Cosgrove worked with you folks. I checked him and see if we can get a third opinion as well.
The other aspect is that I've seen dead limbs after rainstorms and snowstorms, everything dropped off in the trees. If we're gonna put a school sidewalk for kids to walk under those trees, I got issues.
We had a presentation at the ecology board, talking about the proliferation of the Siberian elms in town here. They're basically weed trees. They're very soft. They're very susceptible to limb dropping. They don't age very long. We have to consider, so if it adds 40K to do that, like building 9 would be great, that you described. It's gonna cost us about 10K to take those trees down. But I think it's money well spent.
The other aspect of that is, let's say we do this, we spend 40,000 work around them, and those trees die several years from now. Whose responsibility is it at that point to remove those dead trees that are even safe across the school sidewalk? It becomes the property owners. And I think that information needs to be conveyed to the property owners. And if we save them now, but they go later, you're going to have to remove them under a tree ordinance, and that's a significant factor here. Whereas if we go the straight sidewalks, the town takes care of that potential financial responsibility off their hands. And I think the sidewalks up front.
Yeah, and they get a free replacement tree, so.
I was just gonna suggesting if you can push the landscape architect a little further and try to get a range. Are we 5 and under, 10 and under?
You might.
Or they can hire a tree expert. I've seen it done that way too.
Ron Gosnell is a retired forester who's always helped us on other tree issues before. Brian Bear would probably be willing to take a look at it. He does a lot of business in the town. So,
Yeah, no, I think we can, yeah, ask a little further and get a third opinion as well.
I have a question. Are these the American elms or the Siberian elms?
we usually don't take questions, but in case you missed it earlier, or didn't get the presentation, the two trees that may not be very healthy trees at 639, I believe is the address of Third Street, are American elms. And the Siberian elm there is the one on the corner of High Street and Third, in front of the tea shop, basically.
Another one is, we're just kind of like, we're, everything we can do to help budgets out. One potential thing is patchback. Normally when you cut into a street and install a pipe or something, you patch back with asphalt. Another option is to patch back with rotomillings. We just recently did this on Ewald. We installed the water line. We intentionally did a pave. We put in a thick layer of rotomillings, and then the following year did a paving project. And so there could be a few areas where we could potentially do a rotomilling patchback, and then following year as part of a streets program, repave the work after we get this initial construction done. So the drawback is you definitely will track some gravel around. If anyone was up on Ewald during that time, you probably saw the intersection of Prospect and Ewald definitely had some gravel in it. And it can get a little bit of rutting and everything, but there can be a pretty significant cost for doing the patchback, and it's really a band-aid to get you to your next project. So
let me be clear on that. Right now, the street surface was overlaid between Main Street and Stickney, what, 2-3 years ago.
yeah, chip seal.
Chip seal, that's right. That's what I was looking for. And that section of the street's in pretty good shape. From Stickney up to the cemetery is not as good a shape. So we'd be talking about future street work from Stickney up to the cemetery, right?
Yeah, so one example might be like that storm sewer going from Long's Peak to the cemetery. That road's really needing a repaved anyway, so that might be a good interim area to save some money, is putting backfilling with road millings for until you get through construction, then that following year do a paving project on the entire roadway. That way you're not spending, I don't know, that 20 grand. But
yeah, in terms of traffic volume, my observation would be that there'd be a much higher traffic volume up to Stickney Street because of the school and the connection to High Street and all that. Whereas Stickney to the cemetery, it gets some traffic, but it doesn't lead anywhere. So in terms of even if it's temporary inconvenience, it wouldn't inconvenience, I guess, as many cars.
yeah. Well, then the last one is kind of the next step. So we had the open house on April 29th. Just wanted to check with the board. I guess kind of our preference would be to just do some sort of an email public comment session, but if you would like us to schedule another board or open house style event or something else, we can do that. Yeah, it's just the library is getting a little hard to get a reservation at, and there's a fair amount of notices and everything to go out to do that as well. And I guess kind of from my perspective, I don't know if we're going to gain a whole lot new with that. Maybe we would, but so anyway, up to y'all, but just kind of what direction you'd like to see as far as next step for public comments.
What was the attendance of the first one?
It was high.
That room was full. The room was full. My initial, we can make a decision on that during the regular session, but my initial, but this kind of segues to Mariah's presentation is, I think the public would appreciate another chance to be heard, even if They some of them need to be told, I'm sorry, that's not gonna work, that would cost $500,000 a piece. Though it might be some burden on staff, and I think it would be worth another communication session, because as you just said, this has drawn very high interest from a lot of citizens for a number of years.
All right, I think I went over my 15 minutes, so
Thank you for that presentation.
there we go.
Sure, go ahead while I get the rest of them.
Okay, just really quickly on the funding, so we did not get the BRIC funding, we did not have 30% design, so we're looking for that, we have it now, but they won't let us see it now, but the timing of their grant submission deadline and we're gonna have plan didn't work out, but you know, we had guidance from the state, they didn't really say that that would be an issue, but that was the feedback that we got from the BRIC, was that they wanted to see the 30%. So we will be focusing on the loan and the NDFE grant, which is due this month. We can ask for 900,000 from that to assist with the loan amount. So I'll be submitting that this month, and then the loan application is due at the end of January. It's like 22nd January. So that's where we're at with it.
So without the BRIC funding, we're basically gonna, instead of doing kind of like two separate sets, we'll end up doing one consolidated set of financing requests to the states.
Well, we'll do the loan request, but if we get the NDOE, we'll have that as well to supplement or reduce our request amount to for the loan. Yeah. But did approve our match for that, which was over 900,000. But
They approved it.
but we didn't get the grant, so.
Trying to break it down.
Anything further on these?
We'll have those same questions for you during the meeting.
Right. So during the meeting, we should all prepare to give clear direction on this for our on this project.
I can share mine, Victoria.
She is sharing, he is sharing.
You wanna walk us through your presentation or? Documents? Hope everybody had a chance to read through. Very fascinating read.
Great. Thanks for giving me your time tonight. I am not going to walk through every session that I went to. Instead, what I did was kind of pull out the through line that I gathered from all the talks that I attended personally. So I'll just leave you guys at the end with a couple of small asks, nothing crazy. Next slide, please. All right, so we're going to talk about 3 lanes today, and we're going to talk about how we show up as individuals, how we structure engagement with residents, and how the town communicates institutionally. So the through line through every meeting that every talk that I attended was this in some way, shape, or form. Every interaction is a deposit into or withdrawal from community trust. And really highlighting that most communication failure is not ill-intended. It is an unintentional withdrawal where we are talking instead of listening, broadcasting instead of closing the loop, and defending instead of connecting. And the part that really segued from the 2nd and 3rd Avenue Street Improvement Project to this is the piece where we're broadcasting instead of closing a loop. And that's what I'd love to see more of from our town. So this quote here at the bottom came from one of the speakers saying corporate America is trying to sell you something while local government is trying to build something. And that's really the key difference in how we communicate. So looking at next slide, it's pretty much just what I said, but just to clarify in how we show up, This is not a budget request. This is no vote required. And then how we engage Lions, it's more of a structure reframing, and then how we all communicate internally and externally can be improved because the landscape has gotten messy. So moving to the next slide, we're just going to talk about how we show up. And so with that, even if a few of us visibly adopt this posture in meetings, it can change the room's temperature. So we're looking at tone over task. And I wrote down here from my notes from a talk that it's empathy first and then the next step. I would simply add it's empathy or gratitude or both, and then the next step. Just mirroring in this better listening model here, this MOP acronym, which I pulled from the keynote speaker, Ryan Avery, who is incredible. I recommend everybody look him up. He's one of the top public speakers in the world. So this MOP acronym is mentally be present, orally mirror their language, and physically stay engaged. You know, we've all heard that better listening is not planning what you're going to say next while the other person is talking. And so that is something I've observed within all of us here, and something we could all really improve upon is really making sure we hear not just residents, but each other, both on the board seat and between the board and the staff. And I just really love this little line that he mentioned. He's saying that in general, like, your memory isn't failing. All of our distractions have greatly increased. All of the different things between, you know, just social media, our phones, even just mine's face down, but still sitting next to me. And so there's just like this mental distraction kind of always.
That was a great comfort to some of us older people.
Definitely. Yeah, and so then thinking about how we show up with individuals and residents. So when you're asked about something, when a concern is brought to you, just having this bullet point ready of I can't direct staff as one trustee, but I can ensure that your concern enters the process for the entire board to consider. And, you know, that seems sort of vague. So down the line, I'd love to see, like, what does that process look like to enter a concern into a bigger process? And when somebody approaches you as a resident, you know, not just addressing them individually, asking yourself, is this an individual's issue or is this indicative of a system issue? And so being direct with them is not mean, and that's more something that I'm working on personally. I'm sure others can do that as well. But it's all about specifically that tone and the timing of everything. And so one thing that I loved from one of the keynote speakers is addressing that in this kind of a role, we all have had, you know, our business jobs, whatever, but when we're speaking to the public now, remembering that this is not a company, and that's the difference between, you know, that corporate America versus public service. So this is not your company, you are a public servant. And so how do you be led by purpose instead of passion? I love getting into the root of that. They mentioned that passion has this Latin root meaning to suffer. And so it is inevitably unstable, and it's something that you're always chasing and you're never settled. And so being led by purpose, and I think that that's how we all ended up finding our way onto a board seat or working in town staff. So the next slide is the one that I mentioned I think it was last workshop. And I'm fascinated by this, and I'd love if you guys kind of put this in your toolkit as well. It's the IAP2 spectrum of public participation. And this is the main heart of it all, I think, for me and for all of us to adopt. This is how we can interact more clearly with our residents. And often the mismatch and what reads as the board didn't listen is the fact that we are not being clear as to which branch we're engaging them with. So are we just informing them or are we collaborating? And at every step, at every project, we're reaching out to our residents. We should be naming this just incredibly clearly. What level are we looking for? And then the most important promise, which is that second row is this promise to the public. So that's kind of like something that you can include in an email. So you can say, we're asking for, your involvement here, and we will work with you to ensure that your concerns and aspirations are directly reflected. And that really shows up in the follow-up, that closing the loop. And so, as we get to it later on in the evening, if anything, I'd say that'd be the most important part of the second and third Ave street improvement projects is just, even if it's not gathering more feedback from residents, it's an opportunity to close the loop and show them and tell them how their input changed your design process, where it was considered, where we were able to do that, and where we weren't. And so moving to the next slide. This is essentially pretty much everything that I just said there, but that is my concrete ask from the takeaways is before our next engagement effort goes out, clearly name the IAP2 level of engagement that we're choosing and have a close the loop plan in writing up front so that residents know to what level their input can be heard and what they can expect from us after the fact, even if it's just to inform them. And the one big component was just that this social media that we're all very plugged into nowadays is not consensus. And we all have talked about this plenty of times, but this came up in more than one lecture that I attended, more than one, almost all of them. And they all kind of use the same language of you see 10% are champions, 10% are critics, and the 80% of your residents are the silent middle that you rarely hear from. And then thinking of this outside in engagement. So residents thinking in problems, not necessarily our org chart, like when a stormwater issue affects their driveway, they aren't thinking, oh, that's, the utility director or the town engineer. They're all going to come to the same person. And so being able to really help them navigate who their point people are so that they can see like, oh, what kinds of issues are held by which certain staff members. And I do think this will come up as we approach budget season, but I think that engagement needs its own line item.
I'm kind of curious on that part. I was in here several times. I'd be curious, some of these other places that have done that, an engagement with their own line item. What types of things have they funded out there? I mean, we have a line item for a communications director, for example. If we set up a separate line item for community engagement on various projects, does that go to like website design or, funding an ombudsman person or what, which is an idea that we've talked about. But I'd be curious for the communities that do that, what they've actually extended out of that on that compared to what we do.
Totally. And to be fair, I'm still learning what all we do. So I don't know exactly how it would differ, but I know it's an area that we can improve upon. And just in the interest of time, I'll kind of direct the answer back towards the longer packet that I included in the write-up for the workshop. It's got an amazing case study from Westminster, and they have a lot of ideas. And if there's time, I'd love to talk about them, but that they're doing a lot there along with Longmont, and I'll touch on those maybe in a little bit. But going on to the next slide and how we communicate. This was a slide that I pulled straight from a presentation that was given jointly by two different comms personnel for different towns, and talking just about how many avenues there are for communications nowadays, and exactly why this deposit withdrawal framework that was the initial through line, why that piece matters more than which platform we choose to engage with. And so it's wild just to think how fragmented the landscape has gotten. I mean, you can see all of them here: Nextdoor, text, Facebook, apps, YouTube, local news, Instagram, signage, word of mouth, like AI, podcast, like it's crazy. And so they're all out there all the time, and they're often conflicting. And whenever there's an opportunity to engage and we don't, the silence will always get filled, and often with misinformation. And so it's not to say that we need to be on all of these platforms at once. That is the wrong takeaway. The takeaway is to be a communications person in your own way. And with that, just asking yourself on the next slide, are you trying to make communication better, or are you trying to make it yours? And so as elected officials, we can see ourselves as joint messengers. And when we sit in these rooms on Monday night, we come up with a message together, and then we can walk out into the community. And that's the second piece, right? Be out in the community and be able to meet people where they're at and have a unified message. Even if we don't all agree on something, having, a direct unified message is what's going to help overall our community trust account that we have here, right? So we're looking for honest, clear communication, transparent process, and acknowledging mistakes, as opposed to, silence, over-promising, or inauthentic language. And a piece that I thought was interesting is a lot of communications people, in government and out of government, they're measuring outputs, not outcomes. And the outcomes are so much harder to track, but they are so much more meaningful. And so instead of tracking newsletter sends, followers on a social media account, page views on a web page, you need to look at trust level and see how many residents feel informed, look at the participation rates, and this all leads to fewer, I didn't know that, phone calls. And somebody from Westminster said, how do you measure how many residents feel informed, or if your residents feel informed? You ask them. So that's that piece again, getting out and being seen in your community. So we all have various backgrounds, various lived experience, lots of various different timelines that we've been part of the board and part of staff. And I just really encourage us to take a deeper look at how we are organizing things. As somebody with some fresh eyes, there was a quote from a different talk: never underestimate what fresh eyes can do for your town. And there's a few of us that have fresh eyes on the board this year. And so with that, I'm asking for this engagement process check. Sorry, on the next slide. This engagement process check, which is what I already mentioned. Really would love to see our staff utilizing this IAP2 tool so that we can really start naming how we are engaging our residents. To what level do they have empowerment to engage in our processes? And more than anything, finding ways to close that loop and finding that creatively. And I think that could lead back to the budget line item. As we think of closing the loop strategies, what does that look like? Where can we do it for free? Where do we need a bigger lift that needs a budget? And then my second ask is this communications function fact find. So I don't know whose designated role it is to hold it. I know that, we all go to Victoria Director Simonson often, or Administrator Simonson, and but I also utilize other staff members for different things, and sometimes find myself unsure of who is the best person to share a message to the public. And so that could even be part of the budget line item conversation of, how are we supporting the people who are sharing the messages that we're asking to be shared. So that's my little spiel today. If anybody really wants to dive deeper, I do encourage you to look at my little 4-page document that I gave everyone. It has those case studies, specifically from Westminster. That was an inspiring talk to witness, because it was the mayor of Westminster and the city manager of Westminster gave this collaborative presentation. And that was just really inspiring to see them work together and get both perspectives of elected official perspective and their city staff perspective. And so you can find more about that case study. Where is it? I think it was near the bottom, page 3 or 4 or something. Oh yeah. So on page 3, Westminster has this public facing webpage organized as called Our Westminster, and it stands for Outreach, Updates, and Results. And they pair those updates with roving town halls. So instead of asking the community to come to a board meeting where public engagement is frankly fairly limited, they put themselves out into the community in multiple different areas. So they go where big events are happening, which we've done. We've done that at Music in the Park. So I'm not saying we're doing nothing. I'm just acknowledging that we could be collectively in some more places, pick 2 trustees to go to something at a time. It doesn't have to be a whole public notice event. We could just pick 2 of us who feel passionate about sharing a message, who want to go be part of, XYZ event. So that was something that I really loved from them, from Westminster. So that's all I have.
Very well. Very thought provoking. Yeah, my reaction to that isn't, having been around the longest, there've been such varying approaches among trustees and some past staff members and current staff members. Some are extremely interactive with the public, and when they pick up on something that's within their level of interest or experience or something, they actively get involved and engage on it. Others, you wonder why they're here. I've seen people sit silently for long periods of time. I've actually seen prior mayors have to call on board. You haven't spoken in a while. Would you like to put something, onto the record here or respond to this? And so I don't know, this modeling is, I think, encouraging the proactive share, engage, and listen for feedback. My experience over
Totally.
4 different boards is those are the more effective ways.
Yeah, and just to really hone that in, this is all just speaking to different processes that different towns around Colorado specifically have tried out. And that was what was most inspiring going to the Colorado Municipal League Conference, was just to see the number of towns in Colorado who are teeny tiny, just like us, who are trying their best. I know the case study from Westminster is different because they are much larger than us, but lots of presentations came from towns that weren't quite as large and who are doing as much as they can, and especially in an age where the communication is so fragmented across so many different avenues. Looking at what it's like to designate something in a really concrete way, so that it's not just something that somebody's passionate about picks up, or that it's an oversight that goes along with a project that somebody has to catch along the way, like really being intentional. And that's how we're going to have better level of engagement between us and our residents, and then better engagement between all of us. That's what I'd really love to see more than anything.
Thank you. Well, we are having a board retreat here in a couple of weeks, and so this maybe gives some thought to all of us between now and then. So we'll have some further discussion on this area when we get there. So take a brief break and we'll come back. This also
Attended the CMS conference, so I'll just reserve my comments for when we get to that in the discussion later tonight.
Yeah, and I've got 1 or 2 things I want to bring up as well.
Yeah, very great.
Well, 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes and we'll come back and begin this meeting. Right, we'll call this meeting, going Board of Trustees to order, and I would ask Assistant Clerk to call the roll.
Hi, I have Mayor Browning,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wingard, Trustee Jacobs,
Present.
Trustee Schwartz,
Present.
Trustee Lowell, Trustee Williams,
Present.
and Trustee McCurry.
Present.
We can all rise for the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I invite everyone to take a moment, silently reflect on whatever gratitude, best wishes, remembrances, or other thoughts you choose about the Native American heritage of this land, our community, or anything of deep importance to you. Okay, now I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Second.
Motion and second, any discussion or any changes anyone wishes to make to the posted agenda? If not, then I will call for a vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
This item is the report from our Sundance Task Force. See, Mr. Sparks in the audience will call him.
You can leave it standing, though, otherwise it'll screech on.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees, staff.
And that's one is our screecher. We push it away from you, Jill. Oh, wait, there you go, try that.
I know it's odd, but it picks it up.
Too much, no, they're very strong.
Several months ago, the town and recreation formed Sundance Task Force. We have been meeting semi-regularly since then. Our chair is Sarah Lorraine. She unfortunately could not be here tonight. She has been out of town for a little over a month. Just got back on Friday as try to be an upcoming course. So you get me. Nothing really new since the last time I reported to you. We have the August 25th presentation at the library at 6 o'clock. PowerPoint by Jeff Klein from the Sundance Institute. All the things you should know about Sundance. I have watched it. A couple of others on the board have watched it. I think it's very beneficial. It's going to be powerful. I would encourage you to attend if you can. I would piggyback on the Ryan comment about getting the word out. This will be on the, or is on the town calendar now, but anything you can say in your network to help you out about this type of presentation. I limited to 100 folks at the library. I hope we can get. Second thing I want to remind you about, and I've shared with you before, is on September 23rd. Fox Property Management will be here, make a presentation about Sunday housing options. The current presentation will be at the Farm Ed. At 6. Those are two upcoming things I can share with you. Otherwise, unless you have questions, I don't have any more current information.
I have a question of you and maybe town staff. Are we getting any inquiries back from either our existing short-term vacation rental licensees or potentially short-term vacation rental licensees about Sundance, or is it still too early?
I personally, I haven't heard from anybody. You know, people are talking about whether or not they're going to rent the property, either a
rode the property, the full property. Went out and visited with the folks at Lazy Stud Ranch, and I would recommend if you haven't been there, you ought to go. They hadn't even been contacted. So, other than that, I have no information about the level of interest. I think we're still in this get the information out stage, and we're gonna be behind the curve when people finally, the light bulb goes on and they wake up. Information available, do this, yeah.
Maybe the property management session will spark that interest.
I think most of the people who currently have a license, they're already on Airbnb or VRBO, so they're already out there now if someone wanted to rent a space, so. I don't think we've heard anything up front really from our existing. More questions from others, who are not existing.
I got asked, by some locals just this weekend who were totally amazed and had never heard that we had a Sundance task force, wanted to be included. Also said, what do you mean we have to have a license to rent places in our house? And so it was quite a good discussion and a lot of people were overhearing it, so maybe we'll get more.
Question, forgive my ignorance, but can folks come to town and get special event license to rent out their home today?
They can do it online.
Online, okay, so that's
They could
all
come
the
in and
information
look up
is on the
the
website
but-
to get that started.
Yeah, so we would prefer the electronic.
Okay.
Anything further from the task force? Thank you, Gail, again, for all your service and everybody in the task force.
Kim, would you turn it off? You're working well, thank you.
It's now time for audience business. Looking at the number of the audience, I think 4 minutes tonight is the allocated time. And also that sign up sheet.
Yeah,
Okay.
have four, yeah.
We can just go with that, and then you're on the sign up sheet. Welcome to speak, and if you hear something that you want to speak up, you don't have to be on the sign up sheet to speak. We would ask that you each give your names and an address. You don't have to give the street number. The address is for purposes for us to know if you live in Lyons or not, and we would request that you confine your remarks to things related to town business.
I have Kate Sparks followed by Gil Sparks.
You want this turned on now? No, but, let's just try to, you turn yours on and let's see if it picks it up from there. It'll be good, fine, don't worry about it, just go ahead.
Okay, Case Farms, Apple Valley Road. I'm here, I've got two things. One, I am your representative, the Boulder County Area Agency on Aging, advisory.
I did him. Pardon, they all have.
They have it electronically?
No, I can't invert.
Oh, okay, well, I've got this audience. You're all aware that Boulder County budget is horrible. And there'll be lots of cutting. The agency has submitted their budget for 26, they look for more cuts for 27. Really intent on making sure the people who are eligible for services to get the information are aware of it. So what I gave to you, I think electronically and in person, is if this is a really informal survey, because they would like to hear from people who don't show up for their services, who don't think they're old enough, don't think, you have to qualify for. And they would just like us to talk and connect, get out in the community, in your neighborhood, pursuing the right or left, just to say, hey, I've given you a cheat sheet with their mission. And if you've got electronically, if you get information on any of these questions, access, coordination, outreach, engagement, etc., they would like to know. Because they're not going to have a lot of resources to work with. They're cutting staff, so they want to be the best they can with what they have. The catch is the need isn't going to get. If people don't know about it, then they definitely can access what they need. Because they have caregivers. to say for the caregivers. Um. If you would help out with that, I'd appreciate it. I'd like the feedback by Labor Day, just because for our next meeting, I'd like to give it to them. You can have it afterwards, but just because. The other thing is, you probably all read the Redstone Review, I'm sure it came out last week, and there was this little bit of bitty thing about Inlands Park. And they did wildfire mitigation for 10 homes up there. And if you read the little blurb, it was very impressive. I believe it was either 2 or 3 dumpsters full, 38 bags of garbage or whatever. But read what took. It was a whole bunch of folks, good-natured folks that got together up there. But obviously some financial resources, some other volunteers, just read it. Allen Spark, I looked it up. There's up 568 people up there, 500 full time. It's only 10 homes, so they didn't change the whole thing. I was looking at how many homes they had, and I think their average household size is 2. So, but I think we could, because wildfire mitigation is so important. If you're gonna, I know you've talked about targeting an area or getting low hanging fruit for a neighborhood or whatever, or identifying the most needed areas where there's the most trees, most junk, whatever you want to do. And then let's get together and do some things with some finances, some people. Fire mitigation, CMIX. Yeah.
Back. Hills Park. Talking about. Now that I'm wearing is Penny. This is this year's poster. I'm in the process of several of us in the process of distributing. It's August 29th, 3 to 7 o'clock in Bone Park. If you have someplace that can distribute it, or you want a commemorative copy, we can work that out. Simone Paterno is our artist, so it's all locally done, and we hope you will be there. Happy to take any questions you have about coming up. And one thing we still need, we're still gathering silent auction items. Something that you'd be interested in putting up as a potential silent auction item, let me know. Thank you.
I have Amelia followed by James.
My name is Amelia Height. I have the Honorable Harvest Tea Shop in Apothecary at 312 Main Street, and I live on so thank you, first of all. This is such an amazing thing to be part of the town where you can come somewhere to be heard. I love it so much. I won't spend my 4 minutes talking about how wonderful this is, but I'm definitely going to come to more of these meetings. So I just had a couple of comments. I listened in on the discussion before this. And, I'm first of all, I'll say, like, during that recent hailstorm, I watched a river of hail outside my shop. Just debris, hail. I had to run out and grab chairs because they were floating away, metal chairs. It's serious and it needs work. So, I support that doing this project and fixing the storm issues and providing a safe way to this. I am a little concerned about some of the aspects of the design. I think especially the piece where it jigs into the current parking lot out in front of our shops. Now there's 3 businesses there that share one building. And I know that, I believe that was designed in that way, putting the sidewalk close to the building so that when kids and other people are walking to school, there's no worry about them getting backed over by cars that are leaving their parking space. But I have a hard time believing that kids will go that way or that people will go that way. I think people are still going to walk behind the cars because that's the most direct route.
So I just wanted to throw that out there because I think it's gonna be a pretty major project and I'm trying to think of ways to like make it. Me right now, going into that parking lot, especially if people aren't gonna use it. So putting that out there as a thought. The other thing is, I know you guys talked about, the public parking on that street. That residents will be losing a lot of parking, but our customers also use that. So right now, you know, we almost, like, our parking lot is full quite often, and then people are parking on. Not just residents. I also wanted to point that out as you guys are thinking about whether or not, the bike lane needs to be on that section there. Let's see, oh, the crosswalk on Third, that crosses Main right there at Third. But just a little bit past Third, if you're coming from Longmont, the death trap. So if there is some way to think about, as we're doing this, how to improve that, because you can stand there, you can start walking out into traffic, like people just don't stop. People are focused on making that turn and don't stop. So just also wanted to raise that. And then the final thing, just as a business, is I really ask for your support in sure that we're able to stay open during construction. And I don't know how that's possible with looking at those engineer drawings. Oh my gosh, that is so many things, you know, with the pipe going underneath the road all the way across there, the sidewalk coming in, repaving. It seems like a pretty major project, and yeah, I don't know, like help with signs saying that businesses are open. You know, I think it might be time also to consider a little bit more wayfinding that includes business names, saying, you know, there aren't more businesses this way, because we already get lost a little bit on that side of town. And I think with this, people are not gonna, they're not gonna stop, and they're really worried about that. And I guess the last thing would be, you know, if it will require a period of time for us to be closed, like knowing that in as far advance as possible. Like, you'd be closed for a month, that's we'll stay there, or you know, whether or not we need to come up with some other. So pretty significant impact. Yeah, I think that's it. But thank you again. I know it's like really, it is an important project and I support it.
The last one is James.
Speak. I'm reminded of the Abraham Lincoln quote, something about if you think you're a fool, mouth shut lest you might prove it.
Did you speak your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is James and the last name is pronounced Lishu. There is no resemblance to the spelling. Live on Fifth Avenue. I've lived in Lyons since 1983. I'm not even the longest Lyon president in the room. I've seen a lot of change. I do not participate in any social media. Talk to me, you can call me on my landline phone. Also important to know that I'm kept alive on a steady diet of beta blockers, statins, and blood thinners due to a congenital heart condition. So if I start to change colors or tip over, I'm nervous. What I have to talk about today, I'm not here to ask you anything from me. This is for us. And the reason it's for us is I pay a lot of attention to our property taxes. Because unfortunately, my property tax is currently at $22,000 a year for our town. Are causing hardship in the life of my wife and I, who are on fixed incomes. So I've been watching them carefully. But I want to underscore that the information I'm providing tonight is for us and not me alone. Because of the way mill levies are applied consistently across your total tax bill. So if your tax bill is $10 and you have $2 for the water district, my tax bill might be 100, then I've got $20 from the water district, either way, we're paying 2%, so it kind of normalizes the information I'd like to provide. Many of you have seen this previously at the candidates forum, which is where I got hooked and started coming to the meetings. And if I may approach the bench, I'd like to pass out a fresh copy to each of you, including Administrator Simons, who I don't think has seen it before. I'm going to reference some of these numbers in what I say over the next couple of minutes. And I'll set the stage for what I'm saying. I will stand by these numbers. I use Excel and a macro therein to calculate my percentages. And then I check them by hand the old-fashioned way. And I would say these numbers are triple checked, but if anybody wants to see my resources, you're welcome to it. Like for instance, I had to question my own 801% increase in what's the fourth one up? Northern Colorado Water District, but it is true. We went from about $16 a month or $16 a year to about $150 a year on that tax expense. Anyway, the point is I stand by the numbers, and these numbers are valid for all of us because they're normalized. I just want to talk about the last 5 years to keep it simple. In the last 5 years, the town of Lyons budget or portion of my tax bill, and starting with 2022, it actually went down 1.08%, and then up by 6.88%, up by 32.61%, then zero increase in 2025, and up in 2026 by 9.08%. Sum of all those percentages is 47.49% of my tax bill for the town of Lyons, duly noted. Now I want to talk about, and by the way, the town of Lyons, if you're looking at those colored bars, it's the third bar up, it's the green one that kind of fades to white as you go up. So from the bottom, you see blue, magenta, and green. That green is a graphic representation of the town of Lyons portion of my property tax bill. Further up, you'll see a bright orange bar, and that is Lyons Fire. In the last 5 years, starting in 2022, Lyons Fire portion of my tax bill up 1.17%, up 18.84%, up 73.23%, up 1.86%, and up 40.25%. Sum of all those percentages is over 135% increase in monies going to Lyons Fire. Double-digit increases in 3 of the last 5 years for Lyons Fire. Lyons voters have consistently given Lyons Fire whatever budget they ask for. We vote for their budget. And we only said no in the most recent election that I recall, when Lyons Fire attempted a table workaround to allow automatic budget increases. And the voters did say no to that. They did approve an increase.
You can kind of summarize, I think.
Faster.
Faster?
We're done with this.
I'm sorry. Okay, I just have 2 more. If memory serves, the text of the most recent election ballot included wildfire readiness as part of the justification for the increased budget at Lyons Fire. I submit now that Lyons Fire should be stepping up with the people and equipment to educate and execute against the new wildfire resilience code. Lyons Fire already has maps, training, vehicles, and our administration, while they're doing a heroic job of struggling with job descriptions, headcount, town administration should not be struggling with headcount job description issues to educate and execute against the wildfire resilience code. Finally,
Imagine if a uniformed representative of the fire department parked a bright red special operations truck in your driveway on their way to meet and educate you about your junipers. Versus a code enforcement inspector in a white minivan. Something about the uniform and the red truck will give unquestionable credibility to what they say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the audience wish to speak at this point? We allow for board responses to this. Not all board members are required to speak. We do want to thank everybody who did speak. A couple of quick things I would respond. Amelia, I don't know if you caught this as part of the workshop, but I believe the question was asked about the parking on the east side of Third Avenue. It's allowed now, and I think the response we got was that they don't believe that CDOT is going to require a bike lane there. So if you don't have a bike lane, the parking would continue to be allowed, I believe, between Main and High Street there. And that's the information we've developed on that. With regard to property taxes, yeah, they've gone up for all of us. I would point out a couple of things about the town of Lyons taxes, though. We're capped at a 5.5%, basically, tax revenue increase each year. That's the maximum we can do, and the way the formula works, we can even lower it to the 5.5%. And there have been a couple of years that the Board of Trustees has taken even that tax increase out of the next year's budget, and we've kept our taxes level for a couple of years to try and reduce the burden. Sales taxes are our number one source of income, depending on what our projections are for sales taxes. That affects our flexibility for capping property taxes, but we have been sensitive to that, I think, several times in recent years by not increasing as much as we could have. And as to the fire district and school district, no levy increases were approved by the budget of those. Other trustees, respond. Trustee Williams.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you, Gil, Jay, and Gil. Seriously, we do always appreciate your input and take it seriously. Amelia, I know someone, Amelia, that I talk to almost every day. I'll start calling her by your name. Thanks for the new emphasis and new insights. I remember the comments that you made at the open house, and I know that they were taken seriously. I've heard some new things today, and we'll make sure that they're also taken seriously, that they find their way to Justin, the engineer, and into all of the decision making. James, as a member of the Board of Trustees, I hear what you're saying about fire mitigation and about the tax increases. As somebody who also helps out at Lyons Fire, I will make sure that your comments about Lyons Fire's opportunity and maybe obligation to help with fire mitigation and with other things is also communicated and shared. I'll make sure that the chief hears the exact details of what you shared with us tonight. One thing about the tax increases that sort of caught my attention is this, upward slope over several years that's been increasing. If just back of the envelope looks to me like it's something like a 9% increase a year since the beginning of your chart in 2007 or 8, and then it's been accelerating over the last several years at a higher rate than that. So I think anything that we spot that's approaching double-digit increases over decades is something that warrants our attention. And as the mayor pointed out, there are limited opportunities for us to trim what Lyons accepts or requires beyond what we've already chosen to do or what we're already required to do. But we also can be a voice for the other districts and the other taxing authorities. We can share our 2 cents worth about whether the resources that Lyons pours into those other efforts is appropriate and is well spent. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the Boulder County Sheriff's. So Collins, Sergeant Ken.
Good evening. First, I'd like to introduce Detective Burke in the back of the room. He's joining me this evening. He wanted to come to a Board of Trustees meeting, as part of a leadership program that he's participating in, so he's just here to observe tonight. A quick update on the transition to Axon. We're hoping, from what I've heard from the division chief, that we will have hopefully some finalized contracts and agreements in place by the end of this year. That's as much of an update as I currently have on that. Sorry, I'm gonna mind the whistle.
For those who aren't familiar, we've had our discussions, when you said transition to Axon, that means transition away from flocking to Axon, which the Boulder County Sheriff's Office is looking into.
Yes, correct. National Night Out was held a couple of weeks ago. That was a success. I feel like it was well attended by the community. So it went well. Folk Festival, also went really well. It was well attended. We had just the typical few missing children that were quickly reunited. Couple minor medical issues, but nothing else that I heard of that was significant or substantial, so that was good. This presentation, as you may have noticed, was presented today. It's actually the first time I got to see it. But 3 years in the making by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office Historical Committee. And it focuses really on the history of the Lyons Police Department, law enforcement, and the transition to the Sheriff's Office here in town. But it's part of a display, more of it's over at the Sheriff's Office substation. But we're going to move it hopefully to the library. I'm hoping this week or next. I need to coordinate with the library folks to get it there. And then we'll move it to Redstone Museum when they open back up season. So it's out in the public, but it's pretty interesting. It's also a career reminder that has over 200 pages of history, and it kind of highlights some interesting cases, some high level profile stuff that have happened here in town. So it's kind of cool if you want to check it out. And then I will finish on some pretty happy news. So Deputy Mitch Roseborough, our town school resource officer, is a father for a new. Yep, as of the end of last week. So his little baby girl, I think Isabella is her name, who was born the end of last week. So he's going to be out kind of intermittent maternity leave. Filling in for him will be Melinda Weber, who's a school resource officer with us, and she'll be coming up here starting tomorrow with the school. It's back into session tomorrow. So you might be seeing a new face, but that's why she'll be up here. So that's all I have from this meeting.
Thank you for that report. Any questions for Sergeant Kim? I just commented, I was able to attend, and interesting material was as well this afternoon, the presentation of the new placards there and everything. Some interesting research went into that, and I'd recommend wherever that display ends up, particularly reading the third set of items there from roughly 1976 forward that gives some detailed descriptions of things that happened when Lyons ran its own police department. And we still get questions from time to time about why doesn't the town run its own police department instead of paying so much to the sheriff's office? Read those. It wasn't a smooth process. And anyway, the transition from municipal police department to Boulder County Sheriff's Office was a very quick transition because every member of the Lyons Police Force resigned at once, except for Chief Jill Babcock, the first female police chief in Colorado, and that was no force. She quickly resigned, and that's how we got to the Boulder County Sheriff's Department. Interesting history there. Thank all the people who took the time and effort to put that together. It's very well done.
And thank you for your commentary.
Question?
You don't have to answer this, because you might not have an answer, but the rumor is that we might get a lower speed limit for my birthday, which is September 2nd. So are we gonna do some pulling over of people? It's Labor Day weekend also, right? It's coming into there. How would we educate? I guess are we just gonna? I remember when it happened in our neighborhood when the McConnell Bridge came in, and this courtroom was full of people because they didn't see the speed limit signs.
So if I can stay in communication regarding if that speed limit change does happen, we can certainly do a blast on social media. That's a good way to get information out.
We could move our speed study trailer too. We could move the one that says no charcoal right now. We could move that and just save you speed.
My understanding is that CDOT is getting ready to install the signs.
I don't know where September 2nd came
Yeah.
from, but
I hadn't heard that.
I do know the signs have been ordered, and they said
as soon as they come in, they will get it on the list for maintenance to install. CDOT has to do it.
But for those who don't know, CDOT has agreed to the town's longstanding request to lower the speed limits on the 36 east of town in the Circle K Spirit Hounds area. We're waiting for the signs to arrive, to actually change the speed limits. Watch for those. Okay. The question will return to the administrator's report.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yeah, the information presented today was really interesting. And they did say they will be providing an electronic version of the 231 pages for any of you who want some fun reading. What's on the boards is highlights from those 231 pages. And so it definitely appeared that in the late 1800s and the 80s, we were pretty rambunctious community. So I didn't realize how many people had been shot. I always heard there was only one gun battle in Lyons that happened at the saloon, which is now main stage. But on there's 4 or 5 shootouts between police and others. So pretty interesting stuff.
And that doesn't even get to the dynamite deaths.
Oh, the dynamite death, suicide by dynamite. So, yes, there's all sorts of fun information, not fun, interesting. It doesn't seem real now that it's only, but it's certainly not. So thank you for your service. In regards to my administrator's report, I also want to thank, I didn't comment, Mr. Pelishu for providing the data. Seen this data presented in many different ways. So appreciate the time you took to do that. I'd really be interested in your total numbers for all of them, your percentages of the 5 years if you have that in another format. So interesting information. In regard to items with town activities, kind of interesting, the big July 28th hailstorm has so far produced only 8 roof permits. So a lot of activity with contractors for an event that was not all that impactful to the community. However, our planner will tell you that because the new fire codes are in place, people are having to consult with, insurance carriers and things like that. So it may take a little while to get more of those in. But as of right now, we only have 8 roofing permits turned in from the July 28th hailstorm. I did include in my report some of that NOAA data about this storm. And those of you who have lived here a while know that it's about every 2 years, sometimes every 3rd year, we get a hailstorm like this. What's interesting is this was actually what is identified as a 10-year event. So that's pretty big. Usually they're 2-year events. I've seen only 1 5-year event. This was a 10-year event. So it's a pretty big event in regard to hailstorms for us. So just kind of interesting to know that. Also hearing more people talk about they're considering putting on steel roofs instead of going with class 4 shingles because they already had class 4. So I don't know, that is going to take some education too. I don't know if any of the HOAs don't allow that from a aesthetics look or not. So we'll actually look into that. But people are asking us, those are some of the questions we're hearing. In here, there's also some updates on utilities. However, Director Kaplan is out this week. I did want to make you all aware, we've mentioned this a little bit, about the Southwest Power Pool that our electric provider now belongs to. And this Southwest Power Pool, oh, Brandon's here too, he'll want to comment. But the Southwest Power Pool is trying to manage the power usage and peak demands for the entire Southwest region of our country, which, as you know, has had extreme temperatures. So we have been made aware that they have stages of what they're calling energy alerts. And we received one of those for the first time, not knowing we were going to get that. So I wanted to make sure you were all aware of that. We'll have to do some educating with the public. Hopefully we're past it for this season, but we shall see. I did put in some other additional information in the packet about those energy alerts, the stages, when they will kick in. So we all need to educate ourselves a bit. And then probably as we go into summer next year, we may want to do more education on that, figure out what is the best way to communicate that along with some of this time of use. So there's a couple really important things happening in the electric world that we all need to learn about and determine how we want to communicate that to the public. Wastewater, we are planning a 60% design update on the wastewater plant for September 21st. So we want to make sure that we get our wastewater tour in before then. The mayor was wondering if maybe the Monday, we have 5 Mondays in August, which that only happens twice a year. Maybe on a Monday afternoon, we could do that. And go see the wastewater plant. So when they talk about different types of modifications, you'll be more familiar. So check your calendars. In a nice surprise, in the wastewater plant, Longmont has some new staff and different people who have different eyes on things, and reviewed how we were being charged for our backup power, to have them on demand for us in case we ever lose power at our wastewater plant. They have chosen to review the method they're using and decided that they would refund us $60,000 for not doing it how this group interprets that methodology. So that was a little influx we were not expecting. But at the same time, Director Kaplan put, we have a couple unexpected expenses that we're budgeted for. The Stone Canyon Lift Station, which is located out behind Spirit Home, needed to have pump 2 needed to have some repair, and that was $14,000 this month. We did not expect. And then we also have an estimated $21,000, what's called the decanter at the wastewater treatment facility. And we wanted to make sure we replaced that with something that could be utilized with the new modification. So that spent about half of our new refund. And then you may have seen the sewer trucks from Ramey Environmental jetting our systems in the south side of town. We jet 1/3 of our sewer system every year on a rotating basis, so that as roots grow into that system, things get clogged, lines are flat, but they're getting jetted. So this year we did the south side of town. And next year they will start on the northwest end of town on that rotation. But for those of you who haven't been here for that time, you'll understand how that works. So every 3rd year, your neighborhood gets your sewer lines jetted. The water utility had its state inspection. This only happens every 3 to 5 years. It's a pretty big deal. They send out a team of people, review records, review physical facilities, give recommendations or fines, and we only had one recommendation, and that was to remove the woody brush around our water tank up in Apple Valley. And so take care of that right away. Other than that, they had some suggestions about how we are documenting our cross connection and backflow monitoring, but after they saw what we've started recently, they aren't going to call it a recommendation. So we want to thank our staff and Ramey for keeping up our water and sewer system well, so that we're not getting violations in either of those areas, considering other people are struggling with water and wastewater around the state. As you guys know, we have a hazard mitigation plan that we are part of as Boulder County. This plan is a requirement by the federal government that if you ever want to be able to ask for federal funding assistance following a disaster, you have to have this plan and you have to have plans within that plan for every type of disaster. So there's a survey out there right now. If you have not taken it, it takes literally like 3 minutes, maybe 4. To take a survey of our community of what they perceive as the biggest hazard, you know, the most critical hazards facing our community. Right now, what they're doing, saying is perceived, because after they get that data in from the community, then they're going to go and share all what the real data is about each of those types. And then we will be writing, Aaron, Director Kaplan and myself, with the help of a consultant Boulder County hired this year, we'll be updating our annex with those plans on those that we see the most critical and likely to happen in the town of Lyons. And that gets updated every 5th year, I believe. It's either 5 or 10. Again, a pretty big deal to have everything in there we could ever want federal funding for. Ponds or the aerators up and running. Concert series has ended, very successful concert series. Wildfire mitigation, I put in there, we now had 6 residents recently approved for the $500 rebate match. So that makes a total of $4,000 paid out in wildfire mitigation rebates year to date. I believe, actually Kim said it was 4,100 when you looked at the detail. Trustee Lowell, you asked that we let you know when we're speaking of Boulder County Housing Authority. They would like to come in front of the board in September. I don't know if they'll be ready for the first meeting, probably the second, but they want to share with you the public engagement and information they got on the 224 Seward Mobile Home Park project. They're developing their plans based on that, and they hope by the second meeting in September to have something that could show you guys on that. And then Carter Court, waiting for Habitat for Humanities to respond if they do or do not have an interest in that. Some of you are more familiar with AAHT, the Affordable Housing Tax Dollars that we were awarded. We were awarded $700,000 that we need to spend in this area by the end of next year. And there was discussion about using it on this site. If that is not going to happen, we either need to identify other projects. The county said they could use it to upgrade some of their existing facilities if we can't use it. But we do not want to turn that back unspent in Lyons, or we probably will not be looked upon very favorably to get another, another allocation when we are ready or something. But they would like to come in September to give you a formal update. Other than that, as you heard, school starts this week, so everyone please slow down. Lots of excited kids not watching traffic as well as we probably should. September 3rd, we're having a town hall on fire risk mitigation measures. The mayor and I worked on that agenda today. We'll be getting that out. And artisan market on September 12th. So hope everyone can join us there. I think that's all I had for now. Unless you have questions or comments.
On the Carter Court,
Yes.
I'm confused.
Okay.
So now we're talking Habitat for Humanity. How are they affiliated with Boulder County Housing Authority?
Boulder County doesn't do their actual own construction. So they are consulting with Boulder Modular and the they call it the Boulder Habitat on costing out actual structures.
Okay, so there is a connection. I thought it was, I didn't know it was an independent effort. Habitat for Humanity.
Well, Boulder County Housing Authority would acquire the property, and then they hire someone to build the structures.
So that's where the 700K would hold. That's certainly, Habitat for Humanity decides to build on that side.
Mhm.
And they get the 700K that we're holding the Boulder County House.
Through Boulder County, because we won't be paying them directly. It would be more than that, obviously,
No,
so
no, I'm talking about the money that they set aside in growth.
Yeah. they would pay whomever for the construction.
Okay, and we paid out any of that money for the engineering design, geotechnical surveys?
Yeah. There was, I don't remember that, Marie, how much was geotech at the site? I wanna say it was,
I think it was. Past means it was like 45 or 60 or something.
at 60 ring a bell for me, but now that sounds really high, so. But there has been a little spending.
Okay, thank you.
The Boulder Mod and Boulder and Habitat for Humanity are together doing the modular home.
No, they're two separate groups.
They're the two entities, but
They're both
they're
looking at it.
facilitating.
Boulder County Housing Authorities asked them both to look at it to see if it's feasible.
Any other questions? Trustee McGurk?
Yeah, so earlier, well, end of last week, I met with Team Colorado, and so I would love to hear an update on where staff has gotten in that connection. Just for the board here.
You have an update, Kim?
Sure, the
Use your
last,
microphone. Okay. It's okay, just try. There you go.
the last update we had is we have about, I wanna say $1,500 from grant money from Summit remaining. And so we had reached out to Team Whitewater, Colorado to see if they could find a local artist that could work with that.
Have you heard back from them?
No, but I'll reach out maybe this week.
Okay, because they seemed unaware when I met with them, that was like what was happening forward, and then that Anne and Matt Spencer.
I don't know, man. I'll reach out to him.
Okay, cool, just following. Thank you.
Any other questions? Staff, Town Administrator. Next, then I will call on Attorney Dittman for a legal update.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a couple of things for me. First, in the litigation we're tracking, there are no new updates. You have the latest in your inboxes from a couple weeks ago. If something happens, we will let you know. We'll have an executive session when you making decisions, but just wanted to confirm that nothing has happened since his last email communications. The next thing I want to talk about is a letter we received in the mail late last week from an attorney representing Boulder County. It's concerning conditional storage rights. And I want to give a little bit of background on this issue so you understand what's going on. So the letter we received was speaking of a conditional storage rights for a reservoir on the Cimex property. There is not a reservoir there of that kind. As you'll see, there's no real plans currently to build a reservoir. But the reason we received this letter that, I think out of context could be confusing is that pursuant to Colorado water law, you have to prove diligence in developing water rights if they're not currently being used. And so Cemex a long time ago acquired conditional storage rights for a potential reservoir on the Dow Flats property, which have never been developed. But because they're conditional and they still exist, every 6 years we're supposed to send in a notice to the water court saying that we're still potentially interested in developing this at some point in the time. So that's been going on for many years now. When Boulder County acquired those water rights in June, they were then required to also submit diligence filings to keep those water rights. Again, that could be used for reservoirs sometime in the future. It could be used for a variety of other things. If a change case were to happen to transfer the purpose of those rights, but rest assured, this is part of the procedure for keeping water rights. There is no indication there's any active plans to actually develop those storage rights at this time. So I think Administrator Simon is going to send you that information if you haven't received already. But I just wanted to give the context around it since it could be confusing, I think, if you don't understand how water rights work in Colorado. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that or anything else.
Questions? That reminds me of the famous dam south of town that Laverne fought for so many years. Yeah, Coffin Top Dam, that those rights were kept along. Long after that dam project went away, supposedly those water rights were kept in existence, and only, if I recall right, last year, did they finally repurpose those, but they can no longer be used for dam reservoirs, so it takes decades sometimes.
In case
Yeah,
you
and
hear it's called the Sundown Reservoir. Sundowner,
So,
Sundowner Reservoir was the name.
yeah, in Colorado, it's use it or lose it on water rights, and so you have to keep proving that you have some plan to use it, or else it goes away. It's called abandonment. So that's why we're seeing that.
thank you. Moving on to ordinances and public hearings. The only one we have tonight is a second reading. And a public hearing on ordinance 1224. An ordinance amending chapter 1, article 4 of the municipal code concerning general penalties to align with state law following the Camp decision. And again, I would call him Attorney Dittmer. You did an explanation at the first reading of this, but it would be a good idea for anybody who didn't hear that to repeat that.
Yeah, happy to give a summary again of what's going on here. At the very end of 2024, I believe, we had a couple different decisions from the Colorado Supreme Court that are really about the same thing. And it's about whether or not municipal offenses can have different penalties than equivalent state law offenses. And so if there's a state law, we'll say for assault, and there's a municipal law for assault, what the Supreme Court held is that the penalties for those can't be different. They have to be the same. And so since this happened, Judge Brown has had a standing order, basically saying that we're not going to do any sentencings that are different from state law if there is a state law equivalent. But Judge Brown thought it was a good idea, and I agreed to put this into the code formally to make sure that there is no express conflict. And what we've kind of done is create a catch-all that, there's the option to default to the state law equivalent if necessary. In the process of doing that, we kind of discovered some other things that were going on. It's kind of broken references that over many, many years, the code changed and, it wasn't caught that, that affected other parts of the code. So we fixed those as well. And that is really kind of all this does. It doesn't really change anything for anyone currently. This is how we've been operating for some time now, just fixes our code to align with current law and practice.
Thank you. Any questions for Attorney Dittmer? If not, then this is the second reading of the public hearing. And I would open the public hearing and ask anyone who wishes to speak to ordinance 1224 to do so at this time. Hearing speakers from the audience, we will close the public hearing and I will entertain a motion with respect to ordinance 1224.
I move on second reading of public hearing on this 1224 in order to the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 1, article 4 of the land of this book. The general penalties to align the state law, following you people can and you people do something.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? If not, then I would call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. There are only 2 items tonight. The board of trustees meeting minutes and accounts payable. Okay, we're going to consent agenda.
I'll second.
Any items anyone wishes to remove from the consent agenda? Not, then I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Now we go on to boards and commissions, and I would welcome the members of the Parks and Recreation Commission who are here tonight to update us on what they have been up to and to discuss a couple of things they've been working on. Chair Mike Jackson.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Jackson, Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission.
My name is Eva Venter. I'm the commissioner in the Parks and Rec.
Eric Friedman, also Commissioner on Parks and Rec. We'll just give a quick tag team presentation on some of the activities we've been doing. The first thing we'll discuss is some dog park improvements recommendations, and I'll lead that. Followed by the Dark Sky Initiative and Lights Out Lions activities. Julia Hertz is the person that is spearheading this on behalf of the PRC. She's out this month on a once in a lifetime walkabout, so she won't be here tonight, but I'll present that. Eric will provide the update on the special event fee recommendation, but he and Julie have been working on that one. And then Ava will do the dog waste compost pilot project. So dog park improvements. So the PRC provided a recommendation to the Board of Trustees, essentially rescinded a previous PRC recommendation. That was provided, I think it's back in like 2021, the PRC. There was a very unfortunate accident that happened in the very unfortunate accident that happened in the dog park, where a small dog was mauled and killed by a large dog. I think that set in motion a process by the PRC to make a recommendation to do a carve out of the dog park of 1 to 3 acres in size, and make that a dedicated for small dogs. So this recommendation, I think, came forward. I think the board approved it. We went into the town budget, but nothing was ever acted on it because it was in fact a lower priority, I think, in terms of the budget priorities. A few months ago, this kind of bubbled back up on Facebook, which basically a number of residents were sort of discussing the need for a small dog park. They said that, somebody clued me in that this had already been approved by the PRC, so I went back and did some research on it. Started looking into the issues, and started asking. I asked all those people that were on Facebook to actually come to a meeting. Of course, that didn't generate any people showing up. So we kind of went out and did our own research on it, or I did my own research, and asked a bunch of the small dog park dog owners in the park, and it was pretty clear that it wasn't really an issue of dog and dog interactions. It was people and people interactions that were the problems. And so I think some of the things that were really clear to me were that small dog owners actually valued the larger area there because it gave them the opportunity to walk a longer distance with their dogs. They didn't really want to see the dog park carved up in terms of in different areas. So along with the other PRC members, we went on a recommendation to send that basically asked for a separate dog entrance to be put in. Most of the conflicts that occur between dogs and dogs, and oftentimes people and people, is because people congregate right around that entrance, visiting and talking. And so if we could have a separate entrance where dogs could go and get into the park and get their little exercise in before they interact with other dogs, we believe that would take off a lot of issues. Secondly, more education for dog owners, and especially education around the dog tags. Somehow trying to get people in lines to participate more fully in getting their dogs tagged in town. And so anyway, that was put forward as a recommendation. I just wanted to give a little bit of background on that. I think the other thing it does is it saves some money. The original quote for the carving up the dog park is about $45,000, probably more like $65,000 post-COVID dollars. And I think this is a much cleaner solution. It does not say that at some point we can't put in a smaller dog park, but I think it's one way for us to try take a baby step here, get some congestion, cleared out of the dog park, and not spend it. So that's the small dog park improvements. Do you want a few questions now, or wait until?
On that, we're almost budget season, so like other boards and commissions, Parks and Rec Commission will be making budget recommendations. Do you anticipate that whatever the estimated cost is for the separate entrance will be part of this year's budget recommendations?
Yes.
Dave's on here.
Yeah. Okay, good. Hey, Dave. Yes, so I think that's. Dark Sky Initiative and Lights Out Lions. So again, I mentioned this is run by Julia, and she really puts a lot of her time and effort into this. She's really very passionate about the Dark Sky Initiative because it really will do things for the Lions community, preserve our night skies, actually make us a destination location for people that are looking and seeking out dark sky experiences. She's pretty far along in the process. I believe she's already spoken to the board once at least on this issue. So she's doing coalition outreach, some lighting inventory of the town, to see what might need to be replaced in terms of lighting. I know there's some other lighting initiatives that were going on. We talked about installing LED lights and better downlighting. She's working on the management plan, and she also handles the lights out lines activities, which unfortunately this year were canceled because of clouds, thunderstorms, and lightning. I say unfortunately, it's often these days it's kind of nice to have a little cloud cover, but it wasn't so good for the lights off lines group. About 15 volunteers in town, along with staff time, really trying to prepare for this. So yeah, it's kind of a bummer to back cancel, but probably the right call. Anyway,
Isn't that gonna be rescheduled?
no, I believe they're working off.
Sure, so just an update on that. There's a lot of moving parts because the Walnut Astronomical Society is involved and 3 of the local astronomers that live in Lions. So if we can get an update, but also gonna mess it up, I always do. The Perseid meteor shower is now passed, and but they made the call. It wasn't staff. So we were.
Anyway, it's a great event, very family friendly, acoustic music, no lights, no electricity. It's, lots of people participating in the town, in Bond Park, camping overnight, sort of stuff. So it's really, I think it's a really great local event. Eric, you want to speak?
Yeah, absolutely. We had gotten a request from Mayor Browning and Trustee Moore as our liaison, to spend a little time putting together a framework around event fees and requests for park usage, which apparently is in the past been a board of trustee issue and seemingly not of the level of importance that the board should be spending a lot of time on this. And so Julia and I spent some time putting together a framework for that. Mike's been really big help too, and I understand that you met with David and Victoria and some of the town folks to make sure, kind of take this to the record, common sense proofreading of this, and not just something that exists in PRC. But through this, we've bucketed requests into 3 different categories, and you should have, I'm hoping, the full version of this in your packets of it. I'm not going to read this to you. I'm not going to drain the slide and take every word down on it, but essentially 3 different buckets of categories. The first being town events that would be, for example, like this spectacular, when people are, parading down the street. Those would be essentially waived from all fees, no application fees, and potentially no additional charges as well, thinking about usage fees, things like garbage bathroom usage. Second category would be events like LEAF and LCF that do still require some administrative work on the applications, but likely would be waived some of the event impact fees. And then the third type of events, things like Old Man Winter, or maybe something from the outside putting on an event, and then they would have full application fees and applicable event impact fees. And so breaking them into those 3 categories, and so that it's fairly clear cut. In this, you'll see there is kind of like an appeals process where we come to PRC and we can help go to the town, and also come to PRC if there was ever a question on where somebody fits into that. And then ultimately, the board serving is like the Supreme Court if it truly got appealed all the way that far. But hopefully it wouldn't come to that because there's multiple layers with the idea that, again, it's never kind of has to come to you. And so again, the intent being to really maximize use of town resources, but also respect the town resources are being used in these events, and that there's time required to go through application fees, and even if they are organizations like LEAF and LCF that are clearly near and dear to our hearts and a fabric of the community, that there's still time allocated for the work that we're being required to go into that. And so that's essentially it. Again, PRC review is built in here as an as needed basis. The idea that all of this is to help both from an administrative standpoint and also ensure that the town is recouping fees that would be,
required to run the events in restriction zone. We do have some sponsorship information in there. Unofficially, you know, I don't think the PRC and at least the writers of this are usually in favor of the town being heavily involved in the sponsorship business. But, you know, obviously we leave that up to board members to decide.
Thank you for the presentation. I would ask also call the town staff to say any input you might want to have on. I guess we could do that with the board takes it with respect to the board policy. Any questions for the PRC representative on any of the things that, sorry.
One more, there's one more area.
One more area, sorry.
The most important.
What are any questions at the end from the
All right, so this is an update on the dog waste composting pilot that you approved earlier this year. We're now in the 4th month of the pilot, and we have so far diverted over 1,000 pounds of dog waste from landfills. Of course, reduced related greenhouse gases, plastic bleaching, and have turned all of that into nutrient-rich soil. We've had lots of community engagement, most recently at one of the Sandstone concerts with the help of Kim. We talked not just about dog waste composting, but also an issue that comes up many times is people picking up their dog. And so we have stickers now, not just for I love dog waste composting. If you don't have one, I should have brought some for you, as well as for the picking up dog waste, which is an ongoing issue, which requires some attention as it came up. Like it was a leaf cleanup during Earth Day, where people were volunteering the time to come back to pick up all the dog waste that is found by the river. Then it was fairly quick adoption by the dog park community, also talking to other communities where that took a little bit longer. And there were also some adjustments. I should also say, it's not like I'm doing all of this. Dave Cosgrove and his team are doing that. But we got lots of recommendations also from the community of things to improve. So we moved around the trash can, also make the compostable dog waste bags available in another location coming out from, I always miss the name of that, Welchport. Since lots of people pick them up there to just reduce the plastic waste in that bin. And the community support has been super strong. I've posted on Facebook a couple of times where, it was really the sheet support of this activity and also just talking to people. We got a thumbs up also from the vendor who does pick up the dog waste, Pet Scoop. And they've so far not really had any complaints. They said we can't pick it up because it was so contaminated. But before I move on to the post-pilot debrief and next steps, I want to give Dave the opportunity to say anything about, since he talks directly to the vendor. I should talk, I look up here. Yeah, he's here.
No, I think you captured it well. It's gone off pretty much without a hitch. People are utilizing it well. We average, I think, on a weekly basis, somewhere between 40 and 70 pounds of compost diverted or dog waste diverted, and haven't had too many major issues with it. I think all 3 of these items that they're speaking on tonight would be candidates for budget requests for next year. If we were to continue the dog waste, the small dog park entrance, and then depending on where Julia's team lands with their lighting inventory for parks, potentially prioritizing some of those along with the lighting study that Aaron is doing for streetlights to convert some of those lights to, dimmable LEDs or some more downlighting in the parks.
Great, thanks, Dave. So you will be seeing me or us again in October. So the pilot will come to an end at the end of September. We have been tracking data with dog waste, of course, and then also financially what it took to get it started and what the monthly costs are. You may remember that from the original presentation in March. And then I'll be presenting it at the September meeting at the PRC meeting, and then presenting at our October PRC meeting after the pilot, and then also asking for an agenda item at the BOT to present the overall findings and what our recommendations are, going forward. And then the budget implications as Dave was just.
You said that you what, huh?
October, I think at the October 12th PRC meeting, and then after that, asking for to be added to the agenda. And then also, of course, updating the dog park community and Lions residents. We've had articles in, I always forget the name of the newspaper. Redstone Review, thank you. Now I have this on the record that I always forget it. Also making sure on social media, also with himself, there's been a lot of communication about it on the town social media and e-blast, which I have seen. And to just make sure that people are well informed. You know how social media is always, people like to just diss and be negative about it, but we haven't really had any, as you would have also seen on the Facebook groups and particularly Lions Connections, you know, happenings. I'm misnaming everything today. Yeah, everything has gone well so far.
Thank you for that presentation. Open it up for any questions or comments from the board with the PRC members on any of these items. Really. Comment, question, Trustee McCreary.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much. I mean, this is awesome to see. This is exactly what I envision, like the purpose of all of our boards and commissions are for, and it's amazing to see, you know, also the growth from where you guys were when we first got sworn in to where you are now, and it's amazing that there are also just so many passionate commissioners who are taking the lead on really, really cool stuff for Lions, and I can't wait to see what else happens from this commission. And then this is more for staff, but I'd love if there are prior slides from before our time, if those could be shared, specifically if there was a prior dark sky presentation, I'd love to see that. And then if there was for the numbers, the prior presentation on the dog waste composting. Just so as we head into budget season, we see.
That one I remember. In March.
Since I had some numbers,
Yeah.
I mean, we can also see real data whenever you come back to us, but just to start educating ourselves. And then in regards to the special event fees, I would just ask that be circulated amongst boards and commissions, please, because I know EDC is hoping to speak to it in their own way, which there was a note about in here, which was lovely to see. So just letting that be circulated so that they see that themselves and have an opportunity to come up with any amendments.
Other questions, comments? Jay?
I'm not sure if this is a question for now or for later when we're talking about park fees thing, so redirect me, but I'm curious about, it looks like just the town would be deciding what to waive on this category B events. What criteria, do you guys have the vision of what that looks like? Are there gonna be criteria? How exactly, that's a very subjective thing, and I'm wondering how we achieve some kind of consistency in what that even looks like.
Yeah, so let me start and then maybe I'll hand off to Tim or David. So the idea was that there are certain activities will have more of an impact than others. Let's say the 200 person yoga weekend retreat in Vaughn Park, even though it's nonprofit and it's local, still going to have impact with restrooms and maybe lawn damage and that sort of stuff. So Dave and his staff, along with Kim, would go through and they would see which one of these things, which one of these impacts might be affected by this particular event. Another event that might be is like a small student recital, like use banjos in the park, small student thing, 5 people, nonprofit, gonna have minimal damage. So again, they would look at that and say, well, probably none of these fees are gonna work on anything to do for that. So there is some just discretionary approach to it, but I think it's a pretty common sense around based on the scale of the number of people that will actually participate. Dave, do you have any, what do you want to add?
No, I think that captures the spirit of the discussion. We tried to, and I think we're gonna speak about this later too. And Kim can jump in because she receives most of these special event permits and then we discuss them. I discuss it from a staff time, operational impact side, She, looks at them from, who's submitting it, what sort of benefit is it going to have to the town of Lyons, who perhaps might be the nonprofit, that sort of thing. But I think that does capture the spirit of it. And then we did talk about the front side as far as the application fee and who should be paying the application fee, because with all of these events, there is administrative time, and it usually isn't just one person. It usually is, 2, 3, 4 staff that are taking, depending on the size of the event, what could be, a small amount of time or a considerable amount of time.
Kim, do you want?
Sure, and I'm not sure if we're there in the agenda, we're talking about this.
Yeah, we're gonna have a more discussion of this later.
Because one of the examples for Trustee Jacobs would be, for example, the Lions Garden Club, when they use the west side of Sandstone. They're trying to raise money for the good of the community. It really doesn't impact anything else, and so that's an example of a local nonprofit. Lions Community Theater, when they have used Bone Park last summer, and then Sandstone. So certainly LCF and Leaf are the big ones, but we do have several local nonprofits. That I think they would be in category B, my understanding. Yeah, okay.
And again, there may be some charges that are added, and again, that's staff discussion. That was, I think, the idea that we would come up with those. You know best what the impact will be for those.
Any further questions for the PRC members while they're here?
It is the first item on general business, so
Yes.
the next.
We step there, we just get there.
Thank you for that presentation. Effort that obviously.
Thanks.
I'll echo what Trustee McCreary said. Seeing these ideas and enthusiasm and expertise also coming from boards and commissions is something we would welcome. Okay, the other item with boards and commissions is mayoral appointment with the appointment of Brian Heisinger to the Historic Preservation Commission. Circulating this among the various parties. Objections or comments, appreciate his application, comments. Across the board.
The full board received his application. I didn't see it.
And the mayor said.
The process we're doing here is that when it comes into the town clerk, she's circulating.
She is circulating to all trustees.
And then I also circulate each of those to the board chair, the board liaison, and the staff liaison. This is just to make sure they all saw.
Okay.
Nothing further than that appointment. We'll go forward. We should get pushed. Moving on to general business. Now we're going to discussion and direction on the policy for fee waivers for special events park use fees. I'll say a couple of things on this. This originated in the prior board term when we had a request for, it was called Old Man Winter, from the sponsor of Old Man Winter, which was an out of town for-profit entity that has done that event for many years and other events in town. And they came to the board of trustees and they requested a waiver of park use fees, basically because they've been doing this for a long time and it's brought a lot of people to lines. And my recollection is pretty much unanimous reaction from the prior board was we don't want to set a policy of waiving park use fees for profit, particularly out of town for-profit entities. And so we said no, but we directed the town staff to go ahead and talk with them and talk about some type of a sponsorship arrangement or something, which is what eventually happened. And then, that wasn't the first such request. There have been others since. And Trustee Lowell was the Parks and Recreation Commission liaison the last board. I was on the board then after I was right after I was elected mayor. I thought it's time, I think. And there was some discussion among other board members too, although we didn't do a formal vote and a directive on this, that some of the board members thought our time would be better spent than receiving event by event, sponsor by sponsor requests. Please waive this fee because we're a good organization. If we request, please waive this because we've been doing this for 8 years, whatever. And have some sort of a general policy instead of doing it event by event by event. And so I went to the Parks Commission and Trustee Lowell and asked them if they could possibly look at the parameters and come up with a recommendation, which is what they've done. And it is a recommendation. This is in the prosecutor's commission. And as Trustee McCleary has already said, there are other citizen boards and commissions like the EDC and it has discussed some related issues in the past. So this is the first opportunity that this board has had to discuss this topic. I'm just going to throw it open for discussion. We could decide no policy, let town staff handle things as they come in and let each event come to us as they have in the past. Or we could decide that some type of general policy in this area is worth having, provide more certainty for local organizations and out of town organizations that might want to have events in our parks. That's the background of it.
Yeah, thanks for the work on this. This adds a certain degree of specificity that I don't believe is in the present code. And as you have Ron notes, we really shouldn't be considering these matters to be brought before the board. There should be a cut and dry policy with some latitude for town staff to make some sort of waivers in certain instances. But I like what you guys have done. And I think we can probably revise the municipal code to reflect it.
That's the municipal code. Not all the municipal code does on this right now is the board is the one that's fees annually leased at the park fees. And so that's why people who would want to do something different than just pay the full fee have to inform the board passes the ordinance and the fees that are on the board to waive these fees. Unless we by policy delegates with that authority. And that's kind of what I had in mind is that we basically, with the PRC and staff involvement, that we get away from the board having to decide each time something comes forward, whether we waive and how much and that type of thing. It's set something that would give people and organizations expectations as to what they might what might happen to their community and see which category they fell into. Over time, the staff does build up expertise in knowing how much particular events are going to impact parks. One kind of question I had, and I'm glad the PRC people are still here, is if the PRC is going to be involved in an advisory capacity, if somebody says, I'm not, my organization may be older, but we're going to donate X% of the proceeds to a Lions cause or something like Walton Gray area, and the PRC is going to be involved in the process. Because the PRC meets once a month, they would have to. I'm concerned a little bit about the time element of it. And, you can have special meetings if you need to, but I was wondering if any thought was given to that in terms of, are you available to meet quickly enough to make us a recommendation?
We didn't discuss it explicitly, but I think the idea was, first of all, set a high bar for any kind of a waiver issue. Because I think, having run events in the past, all of my events are very special. And I don't think they would be, I'd want them to be considered for their fees. But I think, so set that high bar. Staff has discretion to a certain point. And then the main thing is where I wanted to see the PRC involvement was if there were policy holes that we would help try and plug those up. And then, yes, we could use special meeting, opportunities at these times they happen. But again, I'm just kind of hoping that the fact that we do meet fairly frequently keep those waivers for their, unless it looked like a direct policy issue.
Something I'd ask Dave or Kim, the schedule of fees that we approve is graduated by a number of participants in the plan. And are those sort of formulated with a view that the town is going to break even on particularly large events that are held in the park that have staff expenses and any repair expenses or that type of thing are covered in the benefit from to the town as a whole is basically bringing people into town, or are those set to try to basically produce, profit's not the right word when you're dealing with town government, but to basically do a return that would contribute extra funds beyond the cost of that event to help general maintenance and upkeep of parks, because this was talked about, like we spent so much millions of dollars rebuilding our parks that was going to generate both visitors and possibly revenues to the town. So, what all gets taken into account when you set those fees?
You want me to answer
I
that?
I can speak to it. We based this on, first of all, we utilized several models that other communities use. So we did look at that. But we base it basically on the number of people and the potential impact to an area that they might be using. And then if they're going to be utilizing facilities. So, you know, we want to recapture, to your point or question, we want to recapture any of the resources they might be using for their event as far as costs to the town, but then also make sure that we are generating some revenue as well. Not a ton, but we want to make sure that we are generating a little bit of revenue.
But we do charge fees for the cost. So for example, when we need maintenance staff there to turn off irrigation or stop it, or electricity, not if it's hard. We don't charge that stuff. But if there's extra trash, if they did or use our zero waste stations, if somebody on staff needs to clean the restrooms, who cleans our restrooms already, extra, which sometimes happens at Old Minister because they're very much dirty. So that we go through after the event, and we kind of, Dave and I coordinate, say, how much irrigation, how much time did your guys have to spend either fixing it or turning it off? And then we send a bill to the event if it's extra. I think there's also, for example, I know we had it was a yard sale in town. It was not a town event. It was planned by somebody in the community. And so that was great. But we had to charge the fee to review everything, all the paperwork on it. Do you have insurance? Do you have liability? And then, we really were firm to say the town can't take the garbage. Like if you're having a yard sale, you know how yard sales are. Think about your own yard sale. When you're done and nobody's bought your yard sale things, you throw them out. And so we did say you can't be responsible for that. You have to sign on this line that you're also responsible. And I think that's just good governance. One thing that the EBC did bring up, and I thought it was good, is with the if there's a nonprofit beneficiary, this is more when it's a liquor permit involved, to request that the nonprofit is a localized profit. And can't speak for Bill and LCF, but I don't think everybody needs to, go to the LCF, because we have a lot of good ones. And so that came up today in an email from somebody, and I sent them a list of our local nonprofits, just because we don't want to hear, oh, we reached out to them and they said no. We didn't get a response. We want to be like, well, here, let's give you the names of who you can reach out to.
Do we try when somebody, I don't know, because I understand that the liquor laws require for a temporary permit like that a nonprofit entity be the sponsor, can be done by a for-profit business. Whether it's local or especially when it's local, but I guess also for out-of-town nonprofits, do we get any kind of report of? I've seen those come through as the liquor authority. So and so is our nonprofit sponsor. Do we know how much of a contribution goes to those nonprofits after they're approved as the sponsor?
We haven't asked for that, but I'm happy to ask Gil, since you're here. Don't you get like an hourly donation too as well?
It varies, quite frankly. Oftentimes we go to different vendors and ask for them to donate the alcohol. So there's limited cost involved in that. And because of some of the sales tax laws, we ask for donations for the item. And then once we get more or less, we don't technically sell the alcohol. We haven't set up a process to track those separately from any other sales like baked goods or merchandise or.
I'm not sure it's done that way for every nonprofit, like in the Roland Winter, right, was some older nonprofit that they, how do we, the town, how does the town know that when you see their name, that the nonprofit's name on the application, it's different, what the nonprofit's actually running, LCF does, you know. For-profit promoters running an event, they use a nonprofit, either local or non-local, as the sponsoring entity for their liquor permit. How do we know that they actually get money from the for-profit sponsor? I'm curious how we track that, because.
Yeah, but we don't track it because
Yeah.
we're not the nonprofit or the event promoter, and I mean, Attorney Dittman's on the phone.
It's kind of an honor system.
Yeah, I think we can ask, if we can ask, Attorney Dittman, can we ask? I guess they can.
You can always ask, all right? I mean, whether you can require is a whole different question.
Yeah, I wonder, and I'll throw that out for discussion. Is that something that, maybe that's something we don't care how much they raise, but it's kind of a part of the approval process for having an event that's a nonprofit sponsored. And when it's a local, something like LCF, I'm confident that they're in control and they're gonna make sure they get benefits, but do we have any responsibility or interest in making sure that when you have a nonprofit sponsor of the liquor part of an event, the money is actually being donated and how much?
I have a thought, we could, for more information on that, we could talk with the Cornet. I know that's how they kind of handle their Wednesday night farm dinners, the nonprofit sponsors that, and then all the liquor proceeds go to that, for that evening, go to that nonprofit, and so maybe they have a recommendation on how we could implement something like that, if we wanted to do that. That's somebody who does track.
I think that question was raised at the EDC at some point back last term when I was liaison of, okay, such and such a nonprofit that's not here in Lyons is the liquor authority sponsored, but how much benefit do they get? I have no idea.
It has come up again with the EDC, which is why I recommended something be circulated for this, just so that they could give their input on any sort of amendments. I feel like for this recommendation is coming from PRC for this, just the fee schedule side of this conversation. I feel like we could adopt that, be straightforward. And then as the other boards and commissions, if they have, specifically thinking of EDC and their recommendations for having a local nonprofit be a sponsor, and then also like how do they work in local businesses getting, first dibs of what's the word that I'm looking for, being part of the event. Like if Old Man Winter, like why do they use an outside entity for their liquor sales when they could like approach something like Main Stage or Spirit Hound or something, and that part feels like a separate amendment or whatever the word wants to be.
That's been their focus in the past, and that gets into some more.
Definitely, but that's what I mean, is that it feels separate from adopting this recommendation on the fee schedule.
I would just offer, I don't think any of us want our local nonprofits to be taken advantage of, for sure, but I would look to staff and just say, what's the capacity to, monitor that, and,
Well, what do you want to get from it? Is my.
Well, so this question arose from EDC months ago. The EDC's discussion was, if the town is one that accepts does the liquor permit, and part of that is a nonprofit sponsorship, does the town have any responsibility, not legal responsibility, but kind of moral responsibility, making sure that the nonprofit's actually getting something from it? I thought it was a legitimate question, because if they're not, if the for-profit promoter is just using a nonprofit's, as a friend who's at a nonprofit and everything, it seems like that's supposed to be part of the process, that if we're gonna approve these as using public parks, the town is the approval entity. Would it be could we put on the application form, for example, if, you know,
It's a,
how our contribution, how our donations to a nonprofit, to be calculated for this event or something, is that information we could gather easily?
well, thankfully, the liquor clerk is also here tonight.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's we have a local application that it's mostly like just basic questions, but all the other information is from the Department of Revenue application. Yeah, I don't know if we can modify that. Yeah.
My recollection of that is it doesn't give any indication
Yeah.
that they're actually gonna get any contribution or
Right.
even other. I'm just wondering if part of the process of the application process could be just a brief description of how they intend to involve the donate to whatever nonprofit they're designating. And again, if a local nonprofit like LCF is actually their event, not necessary. But I just wonder if that's not something that the town should get some information about. Trustee Jacobs.
I think that is pretty far afield of what the Board of Trustees should be doing, and I'm not sure why that's part of this conversation. I guess that's something we could talk about at some point, but I'm not sure it's our job to make sure the two entities that are in contract and agreement with each other, that we need to make sure that's being enforced properly. And question to staff, and to anyone, how many actual requests for waivers of fees do we get?
I asked staff that question, and I think we've only had one in last year and one the year before.
So I think that begs the question, I mean, first of all, thank you all PRC for the work you did on this. I don't want to be diminishing that. I just procedurally, I feel like we flipped this on its head. This feels like a solution looking for a problem. If we've had one request in the last year.
No, we've had two that I know of.
Okay, 2 per year. Even still, this seems like a big thing to be putting together for something that doesn't seem to happen very often. I also think in terms of the category B stuff, I don't feel great about charging LCF or LEAF for the use of our parks when they're benefiting the town so directly and intensely in these events. I just feel like although the framework is admirable, it's really well thought out, I don't know that it's necessary, and I really wish this could have been a board discussion before we directed a commission, before 2 people on the board directed a commission to engage in this work. And so again, it's a great idea. I don't know that it's necessary. It feels like doing 2 requests per calendar year is not terribly onerous to us. And I worry about the impact on LCF. So if we were to do this, I think we need to modify things. And then it's gonna start to look like, why are we giving LCF and LEAF all of these discounts when we're not giving it to other nonprofits? I just think the subjectivity here could lead to could be the opposite of the intended effect, which I think was looking for some certainty. I think it becomes more subjective and more uncertain.
Other comments? Questions?
I'm hoping we'll take it. I guess one of my questions is, our comments, I was quite shocked when I heard about this, because I heard about it through the PRC. And I don't understand, if 2 of you had an issue with this, why didn't you ask staff how it works? Does it need change? What's the policy and procedure? Because staff could have answered this and drafted a policy and procedure instead of our volunteers who already are doing a lot. I think it put them in a really uncomfortable spot, and staff as well. We have never once been asked how we feel about this or if there's even a problem. And so I find I have to agree with Trustee Jacobs on this one. I think we're creating work that was unnecessary. Staff will have to use judgment under this model, just as we don't even do that now. The only time we bring it to the board is if there is someone asking for it. And that has not been frequent. Otherwise, we have a process that works. If you did look at the application, it's very detailed. It's worked well for us. We've evolved it over the years. Both directors here have worked with it for at least, gosh, Kim, how long have you been here? 7? 9 years, Dave 20. So I guess I don't know, I don't understand what the problem is that we're trying to fix. other than getting a formal policy in place, if you wanted that, I wish you would have just directed staff to do that.
So my issue with this was we had, the old man winter crossover of two boards, and I think we spent at least 2 meetings on it. And was really my first education on it as to, why we would grant a waiver of park fees to a for-profit. And then coincidentally, we put a sponsorship on it, which was about the same amount as the park fees would have been. It just created a situation that I think spoke for a little more specific guidelines. I understand your point. I don't see that we're not going to this 5-pager here that Eric and Julia put together. We could distill it down to 1 page. You just put down the category of the 3 events in very simple language. Just say, these are the ones that don't need to pay. These are the ones that they need to pay some of it, and these are the ones that need to pay all of it.
So the only
it's just a level of specificity that we don't have to address.
But Old Man Winter came to you because staff told them no. This is our policy. We want to charge you these fees. They wanted a waiver, and that takes board action. That's why they came. They would under this policy as well, would go to a different board. So I don't see what's changing. And staff follow the policy. We say no. You have to pay this if you're going to have an impact on the parks. So whatever the board decides is fine, but I do think, I wish that if the board had an issue with policy or procedure, you would just talk to staff about that. If we need help or don't have capacity, we will go to the boards and ask them for their help on it. But this took a lot of time and energy of people, and it's a great product that they ended up with. It works fine. But even considering this without consulting with the category people in town, I think probably feels uncomfortable to like, wow, we didn't know you were even going to discuss this. Can you get everything practice? I don't know if you're going to wait for EDC now to give input too. I don't know if you want to wait for more discussion.
I just meant if this is something that we were interested in adopting, then it go out, but only then.
I also would like to see it sort of later in my, I haven't really thought through commission by commission how it might impact them. Some of them have events that they get involved in, but those are probably town sponsored events. But the EDC has talked about this issue for a long time. They were talking about it at the same time the Golden Winter thing came up. And so it seemed to make sense to me to get multiple boards and commissions input on this. And we can talk about this another time. We did not, and I do intend to talk about this another time. We did not schedule this as a session on town board and commission governance. But I do not think there's anything at all wrong. In fact, I think we should be encouraged that individual trustees, individual citizens, individual board members have the ability to go to a citizen board and commission and say, hey, I have an idea. I think this is a problem. This citizen board and commission that's charged with jurisdiction in this area. Business matters to the EDC. Utilities matters to the UEB. Parks related matters to the Parks Commission. I do not think that the board of trustees making a decision from the top down, talking about communication links thing, is the only way to refer something to a board and commission. And that's what happened here. We had an informal discussion at a prior board. More than one board member expressed the issue of whether we should be involved in this. And then part of the follow-up to that was, as one board member at that time, I expected some specific information back from town staff about what was done with respect to the co-sponsorship. And I don't feel like I ever got the accurate information. I don't know what happened. I didn't think the process was a set in stone or well-developed process. I didn't think the board should have to rule on every fee request, and I think the board should be informed every more time something down. So anyway, I don't want to get into town governance. That's my view of that. I don't think
You
there
can
was
take,
anything.
you get to tell your view, but no one
I
else
was,
gets
no,
to.
you just told yours to work, as you know, I've asked you for a meeting. And other people have expressed their opinions about what's.
The board needs to discuss the board issue. I was only addressing this.
We can discuss that governance issue. But really not separate tonight. But let me just ask, but getting back to what was said tonight, this draft policy, it is a draft policy. Does the board believe that it would be appropriate and potentially beneficial to circulate this to this various citizen boards and commissions and see if they have any comments on it? If the board doesn't want to do it, we won't do it. I'll put it out there. Does the board think other?
I think it's beneficial. I think it actually can help the town staff because it's in writing, it's something you can hand to somebody. And it explains a lot. You guys did a great job with it.
Wanted to comment also, the drafting of this was excellent and a lot of thought. I thought it was well thought out. Was it Trustee Williams?
Wrong button. I agree, very rigorous way of thinking about this. One thing especially that I appreciated about it was your attention to making it something that should operate mostly automatically. That there shouldn't be a lot of waivers, there shouldn't be a lot of referrals, there should be high bars. I think that made a lot of sense, and that's consistent with what we're hearing, that there aren't a lot of instances that are sort of edge cases. If we were to refer this to other commissions or circulate it more broadly, I'd like to make sure that people understand that there aren't very many cases. And maybe it's the number of applications that we've received in the last year and the number of requests for waivers. So I'd like to know whether we have 10 permits issued or 50 permits issued. And if it really is just a couple that wanted or needed or warranted waivers, I think it's worth just a footnote to what we circulate so that people understand that in the context of the real world we operate in, maybe we need to spend rigor, or maybe we're okay with something weird. I'll cop guilty to having first used, I think, the word sponsorship when Old Man Winter came along. One of the things that I was tentative to skeptical about was just giving them a waiver. And I thought if we started to think about it in terms of sponsorship, then we could talk more explicitly about what the town was getting in return. It was, if we're going to buy something as opposed to just waive something, we should be getting something, we should be clear about what we're getting for it. And I'm not sure that the use of the word sponsorship at the end of the day really served that purpose very well. One of the edge cases that I have in my mind about an A or B or a C was National Night Out. Big event, cost a lot to put on, was a government partner of the sheriff's office that hosted it. I don't know whether we charged them, I don't know how we tracked everything. They're not exactly town, it was sort of a town event. So I think it's sometimes going to be hard to distinguish even between A and B, which is between B and C. And I'd like to see that if people think we need something like this. On an earlier question about how we help to drive contributions at these events to the nonprofits, my inclination is that we should encourage the nonprofits to advocate for themselves. That the most sophisticated, most active ones will know that they should be getting something to lose their name, besides just the promulgation of that name. And if there's a way that we can just give people an understanding that they ought to get something out of this, if they don't already understand that, that may be enough. If we put anything on the application, I would just put the roles of the different organizations. So there's a spot for the host and then a spot to mark whether they're for-profit or nonprofit. If there are multiple participants, like a for-profit entity that is going through a nonprofit, it wouldn't hurt to have both of those entities listed on the application. And again, I don't know that it's worth making that change. We've got applications in process, we've got process that we've been rolling with for a while. I don't know that we need to really change it. You put all of that together, my personal opinion is, having done really good work on looking at this question, I wouldn't just abandon that work or bury it. I would circulate it. I think it was probably done with your understanding this was something that at least a couple of people with a lot of authority were asking about, maybe not quite commissioning, but you know, when you're a liaison and your mayor say, sort of like an answer to this question, I'm not surprised that you just after it, I appreciate it. And that's almost speaking for the board, even though I think both of these people are very careful not to speak for the board. They still have the authority of the town behind them and ask the question. It's likely to get answered and answered very thoughtfully, very thoroughly. So I vote to circulate it. I vote to circulate it with a footnote that says, we've got something in place. Do we need this? And is there anything that you might tell us about it?
I would maybe, I think that's great feedback, trustee Williams. I would maybe go a step further and ask for staff to do a staff memo about, be crystal clear on what problem we're trying to solve. How the current state is working and how this proposed future state is going to make the administration of this easier, or what change are we trying to make?
Is or is?
Yes, what is the staff's recommendation on this policy? And if this proposal improves that process, or additional recommendations could be made to the PRC's recommendation, how's that going to make your job easier to do? And sincere thanks to the PRC for your work.
There's a circulation be done under staff memo explaining what's happened in the past, where this came from.
I think that would be helpful.
You staff may want to have them.
Yeah.
Trustee Jennings.
I think it's interesting that several people on the dais are saying that this will make things simpler and that solving a problem is clarifying thing, and nobody on staff has said that. I feel like we are usurping the staff's experience and understanding this issue. And I do not think this should be circulated. I do not think staff should spend time writing a memo saying why they think this is solving a problem that they have said explicitly here tonight that they don't think is a problem that needs to be solved. I think this is, I don't think we should be replacing our judgment for that if the people who are actually doing this work just because it felt like the old man winter request was a big deal. It was one request, perhaps 2 per year. I am against spending more commission board time on this without the board of trustees deciding it's a problem at the recommendation of staff, because they are the ones who do this. We don't.
Okay. Any further comments? To summarize, we'll go around this group that I heard the majority of the board suggested circulated. Anybody who believe that it also should be circulated under a staff cover memo suggesting giving the background information? Does anybody object to that if it's more specific? It doesn't have to be this.
And another option would be to bring the staff memo back to the board before we agree to circulate it. Because what I don't want to do, and I'm thinking about your chart, is have volunteers do work on something that's not going to potentially go forward. So I don't know that there is consensus on the problem here.
I think we discussed this. What is the board?
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
My question is just very honest of, if we're putting it out to the boards and commissions, which is great, which ones, like all like PCBC, UEB, HPC, just if you want to tell us, or is it just UEC and LEHC?
We talked about that in the past, that we do referrals, we do them all. And a lot of referrals we do from each of the commissions that this is in our area, we don't need to respond. And I think each of them can decide whether they believe it's worth their time to respond or not. There's a lot of, but that happens quite often. So I think if a certain commission thinks this doesn't really affect us.
Does everyone?
The rest, we talked about this before with prior boards as well. if you don't send it to everybody and there's some issue that for some reason thinks we should have been consulted, why did everybody else do it when we didn't? I think it's easier to do it than all than try to pick particular ones.
I haven't seen the cover memos for these referrals, but they probably should say something like, if this is out of your arena, don't worry about it. And if it's something that is in your mandate, we don't care what you think about it. So that people feel comfortable just saying, not my problem.
Yeah, that should be right. If they don't, we should put it, they even put it on their agenda, they don't.
Thank you.
But does the board believe that it needs to see the staff memo before those? For the commissions? My view would be no, I'm enough faith in staff to do a good presentation of the background. What is comment on the staff memo?
Well, this might sound silly, but I think that Dave is part of the staff. And he's been involved in these PRC meetings for months. We've been talking about this subject for a long time. I don't know, Dave, is it like we're the 2-sentence thing to say, hey, this came out of the PRC at this request, and we're just asking, and we've also heard from the EDC about similar topics, not directly related to the waivers. But yeah, the town of Lyons right now, we have a lot of really engaged people in Lyons who are trying to ensure that we get our projects done with very little money. And people are getting creative and they're talking more. I can't go anywhere without being accosted. I can't enjoy Rocky Grass ever again. But really, to me, this is not a new topic. So I'm surprised that you're saying that it is because
Tonight's the first time it is ever on the agenda. Tonight is the first time this has been on our agenda.
But it's been on the PRC's agenda and
The PRC is 7 people. That was not, this group was not.
I read all the minutes. I mean, all these boards and commissions put stuff up and I read it. Anyway.
You ask the public, did they know?
So don't ask the public that. If they haven't been on Facebook and didn't see it there, it didn't happen. Anyway, maybe Dave might weigh in on what kind of that memo would look like.
Well, I think the PRC worked hard. I mean, this was their 4th version of this document. The discussion really started, I think, in the June meeting for them, June, and then refined it quite significantly over the month of July and August. And, I think the goal was to really have the document support the existing application. The PRC did talk with staff. Me primarily, Kim did chime in with edits on this document, the final version. But the goal was to really make the existing recommendation work with the permit that is currently being used. So that there weren't going to have to be a whole lot of changes to the existing permit. Or the fee schedule that was provided to you on a separate page 8. It was really to provide clarity and take out some of the subjectiveness of the different groups or categories that were provided, and to provide clarity. That's where a lot of the final discussion was based. And I would, encourage the PRC members to chime in, but I think that's where we really got down to. Some of the initial versions were much longer and I think a bit more confusing. But it was to take out a little bit of what perhaps could be construed as subjective from that initial page 8, where the fees are described and the criteria that are used. Now, whether or not it will have the end effect, because again, we talked about it does not keep anyone from just circumventing staff's decision and coming to the Board of Trustees and saying, well, I don't agree with it. I don't want to pay these fees, and I'm going to go to the board and ask them to waive the fees, which is where we've gotten with, I think, some of these events in the past.
I'm trying to summarize. I believe that there's a majority We should circulate, not go about all, it's be circulated to boards and commissions for comment. Boards requesting that it be company with a staff cover memo, which I think is an appropriate request, but I don't think it has to be extensive. I don't have an objection to that. Does the board feel like it needs to see the staff memo before it goes to the board? Is that direction? Right. Thank you again, PRC. Also for putting in the overtime. Moving on to the second item of general business, that is discussion direction on the workshop item on 7th and 3rd Avenue design. Included in that were some requests, a number of requests from the staff for board decisions on particular things.
Yeah, we have both online and there should be joining shortly as well. I think I could pull up the PowerPoint with the questions he needs direction
While
on.
they're doing that, would you in favor of a 5 to 10 minute break?
No.
Moving on, that we did that, let's stay there. It's 9:10, let's come back about by 9:11, by 9:11. Be ready to go with questions from staff and the responses on.
It was so cold, right? And over there. Or do you want me to? Okay.
Okay.
Justin.
Next item under general business, discussion direction on the workshop items relating to Second and Third Avenue design. For any member of the public who may be, looking at this part of the meeting, there was an extensive presentation and discussion in our workshop earlier today by a number of members of town staff and some outside engineers, a lot of questions from the board. So I don't think we're going to repeat that presentation here, but part of that presentation was a listing from the staff of about 6 different items where they needed board discussion, board direction on decisions to be made about this project. I guess before we get into that, I would ask any of the board members, do they have further questions or comments of staff on the substantive presentation that was made during the workshop? Anybody didn't get a chance to get your questions answered during the workshop? Trustee Williams?
I just have one narrow question on rollover curbs. Is there some standard way of identifying where a rollover curb has an intersection with an active driveway or alleyway or?
Everywhere.
Okay.
Like, go through Lions Valley Park, they're all drive over curbs on into your driveways.
But if I'm driving a car.
Yeah.
And I see that and I want to park. And is there some way for me to be absolutely sure whether I'm parking in a legitimate curb spot with a rollover curb? Or if I might be blocking somebody's driveway?
Only if they have a formal a driveway.
It has to be a pretty obvious driveway.
Gravel or a driveway.
If I may, just because I live, in the Seward Stickney alley, and so that has a 4-inch rollover curb on the 4th Avenue side, and they painted it red. Right there. That's the only place that I've noticed it is painted red, and because there's a 6-inch curb all along that section of street, but then where they did for the entrance to the alley, they did the 4-inch rollover curb, it's painted red and dips.
Trustee Law?
Can I just get a little clarification, on the, we didn't get the brick grant. But there was mention of the 900,000.
Roma match. The DOLA has.
DOLA and Walmart or?
It's called, yeah, that stands for local match. Here you see local something opportunity match program or something. But anyway, DOLA had said, yes, we'll make your match to the brick.
But so can we still get that one?
No, it's only if it's a match to federal programs for communities that don't have it. So, and the feds notified DOLA that we did not get it, so.
So we're back to the $3.8 million loan.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Didn't she say though, because I wrote it down, maybe I wrote it down wrong. MDME grant application is due now?
Yep, that one is due. That is the other one we're applying for this,
And that's 900,000 also.
up to 9.
Oops.
Yeah. Tracy, are you on?
No.
The source of that is also DOLA, or that's
National Disaster Mitigation.
right. But those are DOLA funds, but they come from a separate.
DOLA is just the state agency, the feds don't
Right.
contract directly with the municipality.
But Yeah. But the other grant that we're still in the process of applying for, it's from, DOLA is the one that awards or not grants that administers it. And it would come from basically a separate source of funds than the match funds that we.
Absolutely, absolutely, different kind of.
All right. The questions about the curb cuts were appropriate because the first item on which staff has requested board direction is whether we do driveway curb cuts instead of rollover curbs, and they indicated in the workshop that they have received inquiries from maybe between 5 and 10 residents who would prefer driveway curb cuts. The staff wish to add anything else on that beyond what was in the workshop? That I believe the staff's presentation were basically these are standard in all the newer subdivisions in mind.
So just the cost it would add, that you have 20, let's say 20, even 20, there's an extra $200,000 worth of hundreds. And I also, seen how some of these work, especially on the hill when the water comes down. Even though we hope that inlets, I mean, the purpose of this project is storm drainage. The only way to prevent it, like going down the high alley, would be not have a drive there. There will be downpours like we had, that are gonna be exceptions still. It's kind of like our flood recovery, that was all built to a 100-year event. There's a bigger event, you may still have issues, but in general, this should handle. Actually, Justin, you told me what event, we're building this to what event stage?
Both were trying to achieve 100-year. Should be pretty close in everywhere of being able to provide that.
So is that, does that mean that the rest of the curb is gonna be the 6-inch part that's not in front of a driveway?
It's 4.
Well, it's
It's
4-inch
not.
rollover curb, but
We have
then,
sorry. We have a few things going on. So second has the west side will be 4-inch everywhere. The east side will be 4-inch in front of driveways, and that extra 2 inches will be made up in behind the curb, and then but it'll be 6 inches everywhere. And then all of 3rd Avenue and the Stickney work will all be 4-inch. And the reason parts of 2nd Avenue have 6-inch on the west side is just because of the drainage. But everywhere there's a driveway, it'll be a 4-inch rollover.
They asked the board, I'll put it this way, is anybody on the board who believes that we should pursue an option other than 4-inch rollover curbs? Hearing none, that would be the direction from the board then to do that, because it is cost saving. In better flood runoff. The next item is about removing bike lanes along 3rd Avenue, but to clarify from discussion in the workshop, I believe what I heard was that the bike lane on 3rd Avenue between Main Street and High Street on the east side, where there's parking for businesses and parking for lineups after school. That's the bike lane we're talking about, but there would be a bike lane north of High Street. Is that, have I described that accurately?
It is totally our discretion. We have been told that the bike lanes are our discretion, even though it's a safe routes to school, that involves the peds, the walking. It is our community's discretion if we don't want bike lanes. That is not a requirement of the grant.
And that is for the entire project. CDOT said if there's reason that it's causing issues, that they can be removed from the project.
So it's really up to you guys. If you think kids are really bike lanes to safely get to elementary and you want them, we can put in. If not, you don't.
But there's a bike lane designed now for the west side, right?
Only from High to Stickney, or sort of.
Nice.
Just in agree.
So hearing the concerns of what this parking or this lack of parking could do for that area, both residentially and for businesses, prior to even hearing that, I looked this up, because I couldn't understand why there were bike lanes being designated, because that area doesn't feel heavily trafficked enough for that. And so I looked up what requirements, like what level of traffic needed to look like in order for there to require bike lanes. And there were like car traffic related, it doesn't meet that to my just visual observation. But because it's related to safe routes to school, like it could have implications there. However, some suggestions that I found just online, I'm no expert, could be to keep it as a shared street, but install just what the phrase that was used was install aggressive traffic calming features such as speed bumps, curb extensions, clear signage giving bikes priority. And so that could leave more wiggle room for parking along those areas while also accommodating biking. In general, looking from Main Street through to High Street and even up to Stickney, the biking there is not my concern. My concern is more that if you're going to the elementary school, the part that's most concerning is that intersection on Main Street where it turns right there. I mean, I barely can see it in my little scooter. Like I think of an elementary school kid coming from like across town through there, and that's a greater concern to me for biking and safe routes to school than the specific Main Street to Stickney. And so I am in favor of not including bike lanes at all over there.
Clarify the issue about the intersection and the crosswalk across Main at Third Street is not in the scope of this project. It's been talked about before. Where do we put lighted crosswalks? And does CDOT, just for a little bit about that, CDOT doesn't approve lighted crosswalks at every intersection, correct? They have to clear.
Because they have, their goal is to move traffic. Their primary goal is to move traffic safely. It's not, it's a number of cars. So as you guys, some of you will remember, we had proposed a project to do some traffic calming at that intersection. We did get it approved. And then the cost, they wouldn't have, it would only last one season or something.
So it's temporary.
$40,000. So no, this project just only starts off of the highway.
And I do understand that. I just wanted to say that feels like the more appropriate place to look like in the future for this whole safe routes to school project, and that within the scope of the project, I'm in favor of not including the bike lanes in that section of town because that doesn't feel like the part that is treacherous.
Other trustees on that point?
I just wonder about full connectivity for kids in all neighborhoods to ride their bikes or don't do it. Because otherwise it feels like it's favored one pocket neighborhood or not. I would say, I think when I first moved here almost 17 years ago, I think there's some citizens, including myself, that helped get the walkway in front of the bank. So we have come a long way, and I think a lot of parents choose to send their kids on the bus that gets picked up from the high school to get their kids across the highway, go to school versus ride their bikes.
Other comments? On bike lanes.
I'm against the bike lanes. I am a bicycler and I'm really worried about all the e-bikes with kids that should have insurance and licenses. But as I was saying, that's a big steep hill and I don't know, I haven't seen anybody on that specific hill riding bikes, kids. And 6-foot sidewalks, if a little kid is actually riding his bike to the elementary, wouldn't you want him on the sidewalk? I would as a parent. Because it's safer, but a 6 foot sidewalk's a pretty darn amazing sidewalk. You could almost land a plane on. Yeah, I'm really worried for all the people. I've heard from a zillion people that live up there about the parking for the businesses and just for anything, right?
I would agree too. The main part of this project has always been the sidewalks. Children don't have to walk in the streets. I think that's goal number one, and I don't think the bike lane is essential to that. I ride my bike on that street frequently. It's wide enough and let the traffic count is low enough that I don't feel like I'm unsafe outside of the bike lane. And I also don't think it's a high bike traffic area. So I think the direction on that is remove the bike.
From the entire project.
Well, that's what it's. Yeah, I don't raise the point. Starting the bike lane halfway up Third Avenue. So that accomplishes very much. Just out of curiosity, removing the bike lane, does it change much in the way of expense? Does it remove some cost? I wouldn't think much.
Yeah, it's probably less than $10,000 in striping.
Next item, Second Avenue, restricted parking. The current design has parking only on the west side of Second Avenue. From Old Main to First Avenue, not on the east side. Engineers want to explain it real quickly why that's in there. I think it was said at the workshop, but to do it on both sides, you would have to get into the hillside and do a expensive redone retaining wall.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of looking at how the street functions now, it's kind of working this way anyways. And if you try putting in the full width roadway, we go from, kind of small landscaping boulder, little retaining things to actually getting into more significant retaining walls. We start taking out more trees and landscaping. There's one house that their house was built essentially right on the right of way line, so we'll be, really close to their front window. So it just from a standpoint of kind of what made sense to make the road fit, it seems that, yeah, going with this narrower cross section where you don't have parking on that on the west side just really seemed to be what fit with what was there. And also kind of from a financial standpoint, it really starts getting costly if you want to do that significantly wider to allow the parking.
Has it been confirmed that all the residences that are on the east side have some access to off-street parking? If you can't park on the street, or they have to park on the west side? They want to use it.
There is one right north of the alley, south of High, the greenhouse we would need to work with. I'm not sure they have a formal drive, so we would need to work with them on something. I think they have room for one, but everyone else would either have a existing driveway that would work and or their house fronts either High Street or Old Main or something like that.
Board consensus on that. This has a big price tag on it, 500,000. Change this. Is there anybody who want to change the staff recommendation? I'll ask that question.
Yeah, I think when I was looking at it, Justin and the people that park there, I think your recommendation is correct. And that maybe just working with that one house. I don't see how you could do it parking on the side of it.
Just one.
Yeah.
One side.
Yes.
Seems to be clear direction of the board on that. Next one, trees and storm sewer on Third Avenue. Approximate cost $40,000. We've got the issue of, I believe, 2 American elms that are of uncertain life expectancy that were placed, and then a large Siberian elm there at the corner of the business section. Anything staff wishes to add on that, engineers?
Yeah, just basically we've kind of, yeah, primarily with storm sewer, we've designed around the trees. But yeah, as mentioned, there 2 of the trees we're designing around, the life expectancy is not very long. And then the other tree we've designed around, great shade tree, but it is on the my terms are probably not correct, but essentially the noxious list of trees. And so my understanding is we've kind of usually taken those out with town projects, but this one is right there, and it's kind of a little bit of a centerpiece, I think, for that business there. So I think it was worth discussing on what we wanted to do there. So yeah, we can really go 2 ways, either way with this. From design, we can make it work. It's just kind of what the board thinks the best direction, I guess, knowing that information going forward.
My inclination is not to try to accommodate trees that we don't think are going to survive. Let the 2 go. And my inclination on the other is not to judge a tree too harshly. So to let the Siberian stay.
Are both of these trees in question, are they only town right away?
All of them, yeah.
There's 3 trees.
Right, so it's our responsibility to take them down.
No, it's their responsibility to take them down if we leave them when the time comes. We could do it as part of this project. If we want to do it now, if not, it's the property owner's responsibility to maintain and the trees in the right of way.
I got you, so my feeling is, when I first looked at the plan showing up here, I was wondering why we had this little jog there, but when I heard that it was for the benefit of
the big tree.
Trees of uncertain age, and they're probably not gonna last too long. I think we need to straighten out the line and get rid of the trees.
2 or 3? 2 trees or 3?
2 are on the next block, and those are American elm. And then
Well, I don't know what I don't know the life expectancy of American elms are versus Siberian elms. My experience with American elms is they go pretty fast. It's a soft wood that cut down through myself. All the trees. Any tree that affects this sewer line not going in a straight line, this should be the.
Justin, is there the ability to plant a new tree in an area that won't affect the sewer in any of this project?
Yeah, there's multiple locations we could plant trees.
Well, because if they straighten the sidewalk, straighten the sewer, then the tree, in between. But you start with a smaller tree, wouldn't be this big, giant, beautiful one that.
So, I'm in favor of removing the American elms to straighten out that section. For the Siberian elm, I think that the conversation there is nuanced just because it's not, it's related to the storm drain, but also in their planning of the sidewalk. I'm wondering if there's like a compromise there to leave that tree and let that be a business owner decision or a property owner decision, because there's really cool creative things to do with like tree trunks, like even when you chop them I don't know, I've seen even really cool mock-ups of free little libraries that exist out of them, so it could still be like paying homage to what was once there, even if you get rid of like an existing like top half that's dropping limbs. But I also want to include the existence of like their little gardens that are there and their signage that's there and how the flow of the sidewalk is going to exist around that area as a broader conversation.
You rent your own. That's something to consider. I mean, the property owners probably need to express to you guys what they want to do, because I don't like to say this, but businesses do change. And none of us want that, but it's true. Many times we have made decisions on really big projects based on who was there at the time, and then 2 years later, and we regret that we can do something.
More so, I'm just thinking about what the foot traffic will look like, less about the Siberian elm, which I know is not necessarily the topic that is like sitting before us, but I feel like they go hand in hand because the design for the sidewalk that he presented, like has it going around that tree and kind of like closer to the buildings, and the shape of the buildings haven't changed. At least not soon.
You never know.
You never know, but then, but if it is, I don't know, it's interesting. That section right there is interesting to me. I don't feel like I have a concrete answer alone without an open house. But the American elms, I feel like, could go because I don't see much of a benefit there and working around that. And my little piece that I wanted to bring up in relation to trees and greenery is there has been sent to me a Great to Green fund by Boulder County that is not huge, but it's 20 to 50K, which is just addressing, I just saw this, like adding 40K in cost. It's just adding some, like if you were to replace the American elms with a better variety of tree or a better green space there, that could go into the overall project, and you could have that separate like, green infrastructure line, and that could potentially be funded, but that application is due by August 31st. So
You may not have heard, but Engineer Goals did say that we are going to apply for a Green to Green at the bottom of Second, down at the corner by Mojo's where it's not doing well. That's where we were planning to apply for.
Is that going to help with the filtration, like into St. Vrain?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
But trees, we can find, there's other tree brands, we can find trees.
As long as they don't.
As long as they, well, that's why I was saying, in lieu of what you heard earlier during audience business about the sidewalk, you guys went on the top of goals about that.
Yeah, that was a question I wanted to ask. If we leave this, and I'm in agreement with moving the American elms on the next block as well, I would request that somebody on the staff check with an arborist, not just the landscape designer, and confirm that those trees are limited life expectancy. I think.
Well, and what's
from just looking at them, it looks that way.
5 years or 15?
Yeah, or I don't know, but they look diseased to
That's
me.
very subjective.
Obvious problems on those trees, but I think it would be good for, in case people complain about the town moving big trees, that we had an arborist opinion, not just a landscape designer connected with the project. With regard to the Siberian elm that's in front of the tea shop, if you design the sidewalk around it as in the drawings and you put in a new sidewalk and 3 years later the sidewalk starts to lift or the tree dies, I think it's important that that property owner understand that at that point, at the town having spent 3.8 million, whatever it is on this project, not that big, but we spent a lot of money on this project. If the town's not going to fix that problem for them, then it becomes their problem. Remove the tree, we have the sidewalk as the code provides, and I think it's very important to make sure that the property owner understands that if that tree remains, that becomes the property owner's responsibility. So I am okay with leaving that tree there as long as the property owner understands that they take that risk. I've dealt with a lot of Siberian elms. I do a lot of Siberian elms, for no good and all that, but I know that Siberian elms can look healthy one year, can die quickly. No explanation, perfectly healthy tree 1 year and 2 years later. It's dead. You know, I can show you right on our street where that happens. And so I worry, although that tree is a very healthy looking shade tree today, I don't know what it's going to be 3 years from now. And if it dies, property owners gonna have to remove it because it would be jeopardizing the sidewalk. So I'm okay with leaving that tree as long as there's a responsibility and understanding of the property owner. If the property owner says, I don't want to accept that responsibility, take it out.
Well, and even looking at just green infrastructure as a whole in regards to this project, if we even are thinking of replacing trees with different types of trees, like there's still the chance in decades to come that they could, uproot lift the sidewalk. And so I had a question of, is there consideration to add structural soil cells under the new sidewalk sections if you are to plant other trees? Or if that's even a consideration if we were to keep the Siberian.
We're pretty limited budget wise on the sidewalk, the safe routes to school. It really was just the sidewalk and the bike lane, so there's no green infrastructure budget for that. In regards to future trees causing issues, won't say it can't happen, but typically, usually trees that are specified and the distance they're specified from the sidewalks are trees that are not known or known to not cause sidewalk issues the way their root structures are or their size. So that's usually fairly avoidable.
Other comments, Trustee Jacobs?
Yeah, I'm pretty on board with, I think what's been said. I think the two American elms sound like those are ready to go. I like the idea of input from the property owner on the Siberian elm. I mean, it is a beautiful thing. People sit under there doing a lot of stuff under that tree and thinking about the impact on not just this business, but the owner and do they have that responsibility. So that sounds good.
All right, anything else? Trustee Schultz, okay. Moving the direction on that item. The next one is the temporary roto milling in backfill. See, on Third Avenue and Sixth. And let me correct that, I didn't quite understand this. You would be doing you would need to do the patchback or the road milling on exactly what section of Third Avenue? Between what street and what street?
We probably haven't got that far with this. It was just kind of an idea as we're trying to find every way we can to be cost conscious on this at the design. So yeah, it's just thought, and also as we kind of get into budget and looking at 2027, 2028 and beyond for paving projects of maybe it makes sense to in some of these areas where we would backfill with rotomillings, then if the intent and would be to repave the street, then we wouldn't essentially we wouldn't be coming back a year later and rotomilling that asphalt patchback that we just put in. So that would primarily be Stickney from Third to Fourth and Third from Stickney to the cemetery would be the two areas that we could potentially use this.
That doesn't seem like if we did it as part of the road-based repair in a future year, that it would be extremely expensive. It's not hilly and hard to get to and that type of thing. So that would be one of our more expensive projects.
Sorry.
I'm trying to think what it would cost to go back and do the repaving if we do it 2 or 3 years from now.
I'd have to look at our last estimates, but I think patchback we were getting in the close to $200,000 range because you you got to put a road base underneath that, and then you got to put the asphalt on, and then anytime you're CDOT funding on a project, they make you follow their specs and testing and everything. So it's but contractors charge a lot more because it's a more rigorous standard than say if the town was just doing a small water line project on their own.
So Justin, in my experience, depending on where you put that temporary, because you're calling it a temporary measure, what if we get 100-year flood while the temporary measure is there before we do it correctly? Or long term, I guess. Yeah.
You would definitely not want to use it somewhere where you were going to have a strong concentrated flow. Regardless, if you get that kind of a storm, you're most definitely going to wash some out. Rotomillings luckily don't wash quite as easy as some other things, but you will definitely get some washout. But that said, if you get a 100-year storm, there's going to be a lot of washouts around town. So there is a risk there.
So I heard it a couple different ways, but when you talked about this earlier this evening, I thought temporary rotomilling backfill meant that we budget for the next year to do the overlay. Is that true, or do we keep it for longer? How long can we keep the temporary fix?
It would hope to be no more than a year. I mean, it all kind of depends, when they wrap their project up. You don't want to pave in the winter, so if the timing didn't work out and they finish in November or something, it's that next summer, hopefully. But that would be the idea, is that we're doing it within 12 months.
Is this an item that you could go ahead and do the patch back in the budget, but if the contractor bid came back unexpectedly high, then this is a thing you could value engineer later?
Yeah, it could be, change ordered in later.
Also, it's separate.
Yeah. I mean,
It's not part of the, it's an alternate thing.
okay. So does this decision have to be made now, or could you do an alternate bid on these two procedures and see what the overall cost is before you make this final decision?
Yeah, we could come back later and see where we're at if it's looking like we need it.
If it's a potential $200,000 cost, it seems like that would be one available mechanism you could use to reduce costs later if you needed to do this.
Similar thinking. If we can do the work once, do the work once, but if it's a difference of the project penciling and getting it done, then do the temporary.
Okay. I guess how I would characterize the board's direction is we're open to doing the temporary if it's necessary for cost savings, but if when we get to the final bid, we seem to be able to do the patch back, then we would do that at that time.
I might phrase it a little differently.
Yeah, you can probably say it better than I do.
Well, I might not be saying the same thing you're saying. I think if we have an opportunity to save money, we should do that. And I don't think we should do it at the risk of undermining the whole project. But if our engineer has said, here's a reasonable way to make a temporary fix that is less expensive than a different temporary fix, let's do the less expensive temporary fix. If it is doing something twice that we would otherwise do once, that's probably not that smart. But I don't think that's what they brought us here. So any chance that we get, whether it's trees, parking spaces, or patch approach, I think we should try to keep this down. And I would have said that no matter what, but it's especially easy to say it tonight, knowing that we're now talking about borrowed funds, not grant funds. And it's true whether we're spending our money or somebody else's money, but now we're spending money that we borrowed from somebody else, which is the hardest possible thing.
Can I just ask,
Sure.
clarifying, I don't think I fully understand what we're talking about.
Okay, so the area between the street and the new curb will be nothing, it'll be dirt. So he can either bid it as new asphalt paving, or he can use these rotomill in that section.
And what is rotomill?
Rotomill is chopped up asphalt. You've probably seen it, and it hardens itself as people drive on it.
Okay.
Did you see Ewald? Oh, we did it today.
Is that, Justin, is it okay?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
tried
the
to put my
rotomillings
names.
are just grounded up asphalt. They're super cheap. In fact, many times you get them for free because there's a local project trying to get rid of them, or we will actually probably generate some of our own as well. So, usually a very cost-effective material you can get.
So most of these places, the width of the patchback is gonna be how far? 4 feet, 6 feet?
Yeah, so we're probably between 2 and 4 feet, depending on the area for the curb, and then where we put storm sewer, it's probably 4 to 5 feet.
And in general, I just want to name that I am always thinking about the green side of things. And so I'm just anywhere we can do less impervious surfaces, I'm a fan of. I know that cost is a huge thing here, but I just would be remiss to not state that.
Yeah, unfortunately, most of this falls like within the driving surface. So, but yeah, we're definitely trying to limit any hard surfaces that we can.
A rotomill rest as an alternate bed. And if patchback and rotomill are the same, we'll probably patch. It looks.
I kind of heard a consensus. Go ahead and do the rotomill. But if the patchback is a cost option within the budget, let's say an unusual thing happens in recent experience and the contractor bid is, there's extra money, then it would make sense to come back and say, let's do the patchback, fix it all now. But rotomill is acceptable to the board, as kind of suggested by. Last of the 6 items is whether we should have another open house to basically at this point, probably for the most part, inform the public of the decisions that we made in tonight in the committee previously. Them what they put requests on and what or not. Anybody opposed to doing that?
You email and now. What you're saying? You're not doing that.
No, but we would do it. Everybody who's not in favor of doing the schedule of the house whenever the library is available. Close the loop is a good suggestion. That's what this should be doing. Be explaining why we made the decisions that we made.
Which may be different from soliciting new input.
Exactly.
So we should take.
That should be made clear.
To inform versus
To inform, maybe a little chart.
It's nice.
we could still, I think we could set it up a little differently and have, you know, you have a board for each section and people, if they're interested in their section, mostly can go over there and they can still leave comments and things, but this is the latest design. And it's not even, we're not even at 60 yet, so. Then that's up to them if they want to voice anything. Not that meeting, like during.
I just want you all to come and see this beautiful.
Yeah.
Because it's not your normal Siberian elm. I have Siberian elm all over my property. This thing is massive.
Okay. I think that's all. We had on.
That all you had, Justin? You need
Is
to.
there anything else on this?
Nope, that's good. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for all your work
Appreciate you.
and
Thank
drawings and input. Much appreciated.
Okay.
I'm sorry, one more.
When we take this to an open house, I really appreciate the depth to which the drawings were presented tonight, but a really mocked down version I think is essential. 'Cause I had no idea what I was looking at until you talked about it tonight. So that's just my feedback.
Take off all the unnecessary lines.
Yeah.
All right.
And if it's possible to do a simplified map from where the sidewalk's gonna be, showing the street width.
Yeah.
um,
Super
yeah,
digestible, I think it's non-negotiable.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for all the work that went into that. Remaining item under general business, is there any further discussion direction on the workshop presentation about CML updates? Again, I want to thank Trustee McCreary for her work on that, and it really is things to think about. Be mindful about those processes and exactly what we're trying to do when we communicate with the public and do projects. Other particular reactions on that?
Yeah, I think it's, I'm thinking about how we could integrate that maybe at the beginning of our board retreat and just use that as a lens to in some way. It's not fully baked, but and hopefully there we can also think about how we can use that towards this conversation around governance with other boards and commissions. I think that could be a good part of our retreat coming up. And then I would just add from my learnings from CML was there were some other good sessions on community engagement, but also economic development. I just think I have a wondering about what we can do better or stronger as a town in terms of economic development. If that's something they're tight, but what are we doing at the staff level in partnership with EBC to really drive economic development and also in the context of Sundance, you know, if there was ever a time to invest in economic development, this might be the time. And I attended a really cool session on youth engagement at the board level, and they shared an example in Brighton. They have a group called Youth on Board. So their mission is a youth commission, not just a student commission. So college age students and so forth can be a part of it. Then each of those youth commissioners is also on one of their other boards and commissions. So just a really cool way to integrate youth boards across boards and commissions. So something to think about.
We used to have one student on each board and commission. We tried it that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
they said they didn't feel. They felt awkward to have a voice with 6 other adults. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the high school students versus college students.
Is a big difference. Okay.
not perfect, but they probably need a lot of support. But I think that's my sharing.
And just, you know, we do accept on ours up to 19. So.
No. I'll just make a note for the record on something we're gonna bring up at the retreat too, that the discussion with several people at CML, so the vendors, but exhibitors that were there, and that is perhaps getting some private sector for-profit developers who do specifically middle housing discussion topic years around here. You know, recognize there's a lack of it, to come in and give us, I would hope, a free evaluation of several properties out of the Eastern Corridor and tell us whether they think they have, what kind of market potential they have. Mental housing, basically take a look at it and give us a private sector opinion as to whether that's, they think those, which of those projects or properties or have more potential, which may not. Again, we talked about the board. That's something, that's an idea I took away from CNL. Okay, trustee reports and future agenda items. So, do you want something, have something else on that? Okay. Trustee reports, trustee Jacobson is Don't need this time. So, get in less.
So Housing and Human Services meeting last week, it's all going good. One of the cool things that came out of that, this is just sort of informational, we had a presenter from SPAN, the Safe House Progressive Alliance for Nonviolence, giving us an overview of services mostly for domestic violence folks. They really want to assess need in Lyons and offer services in Lyons. One of the things that came up, well, first, the services they offer, they have a focus on elder abuse. They do have a shelter, a short-term shelter, transitional housing, legal advocacy, education in the schools, only in Boulder Valley. So we were going to ask them about education in our schools here, about relationship violence and consent and communication, counseling, and then a family resiliency program. They have a lot of really great wraparound services. And one of the things we talked about in HHSC in terms of needs in Lyons, you know, we know we have LEAF and we have great counseling there, but when we're talking about domestic violence and abusers, people do not tend to seek services in their small communities. And so that was something that resonated with them when they were talking, figure out ways that we could meet that need, assess that need and meet that need. So Housing and Human Services is going to be talking more about that in the future. And then since I missed the last meeting, I just want to take an opportunity to throw a few comments out about, I watched the workshop in the meeting that I missed, Yay Song School. I just want to say, I know Director Ritchie isn't here, but I really appreciated her bringing that mid-roof inspection idea to us. I think it was something that seemed very logical, and I think so, some folks were like, well, of course we do that already. And it just kind of felt like she was put on the hot seat, like, why are you bringing that to us? No one told us about this 10 years ago, and why do we need to do this? So I just want to encourage staff, and I want to encourage us to be willing to hear the ideas from staff, even if it's something that wasn't brought up in a previous event that was similar. Like, kind of echoing on what I said earlier, town staff are our experts. We have a tremendous amount of expertise on this bias. We have God knows how many graduate degrees among us, but we are not town staff. And so I just really think we need to listen to them. And when they bring us ideas, rather than, why are you bringing this to us? We didn't hear this 10 years ago. How about, great, what a great idea for us to explore. And let's talk about it. I think we need to stay open. And then the fire mitigation thing, I just have to say, right now, I think obviously wildfire mitigation is a massive issue. I loved what Kay brought to us to bring to our attention about the Allens Park event, where they did a whole bunch of really good stuff on a volunteer basis. I worry about affordability right now, and I do not think now is the time to impose requirements on homeowners or landlords that are going to increase rents, increase the cost of living when people can't pay their rent or buy food or pay for gas. So I know it's something that's coming up in the future, but it was a big discussion, and I just want to say my heart is in the wildfire mitigation. I had the wildfire partners inspection. I have got the bid to cut down the juniper that I love so very much. And now I'll be sitting here waiting. It's been a month now to hear back from the contractor who gave me the bid. So it's not just as easy as saying I want to do it. There's a lot of backlog. It's not easy. So I would really love to see us spending our resources and time on incentives, on ambassador programs, on volunteers, on seeing if we can do something like what Allens Park did, but bigger and better, because that's what we're good at as a community. And that's all I got.
All right, so we all had our joint PCDC meeting last week, so I don't need to bring you all up to speed on that. With Commissioner Drystat's vacancy or resignation, we do have another vacancy there. There's a new application. We also have another applicant who's had their application in for 2 months, who's also a qualified candidate. So I think we'll be hopefully getting close to a full commission there. And then I already talked about, I look forward to a conversation about boards and commissions at the retreat.
It's gone for 2 weeks, I don't know.
Let's see, I attended my first Metro Mayor's Caucus meeting in Denver sometime a couple of weeks ago, that date. It was interesting. There were, I would say, probably 40 20 different mayors gathered in a large room. The discussion about they had a session, not only had some substantive presentations about pending housing toolkits and that type of thing, like you see with Dr. Cog as well, and we get sometimes from DOLA. But the most interesting part of that to me was each mayor sharing interesting things that their particular jurisdictions and cities, and mostly cities, are doing. And you pick up some interesting ideas from those kind of CML sessions that you know other people are doing. I will say that probably more than half of it involve things that involve big cities more than small towns. Transportation related issues, you know, front range passenger rail and RTD and that type of stuff that don't affect clients directly. A lot of them, there was a lot of discussion about state preemption of local control not being resisted by most of the cities there. Most of the home rule cities are working on strengthening their home rule charters to give them a better chance in court and in the legislature to fight that type of thing again. Probably ideologically we're paired with them, but in terms of statutory town, doesn't really affect us. Nonetheless, the exchange of ideas of getting the mayors is, I thought, useful, and I look forward to the next one. Actually, the director of the Metro Mayors Conference has a granddaughter who lives in Lyons, and she comes and visits, and we're going to get together. I mean, Heidi lives, we're going to get together for a session the next time she's in town. For that purpose, I look forward to meeting further with her. The LAHC met on August the 11th, and as is usually the case with LAHC meetings, they did a lot of things. They're up to like 9 Hearts of Lion sculptures around town, and some of them are from periods of time, and they're always evaluating and putting in new ones. They've approved more artwork for the Creative Neighborhoods program, which is decorating some of the electrical outlets that you've seen. Some of those are sponsored by the actual neighborhoods or businesses. So there's particularly appropriate, and it'll be a beautiful one. It's going to be on the electrical box near Western Stars. It's going to have butterflies on it, and it's going to lead up towards 2nd Avenue. And it's going to be in honor of Zaya, who passed away this year. And it's been designed with that in mind. And I'm really looking forward to that one. More murals are coming. They're working on, they've had submissions, not yet selected, for the back of the Spirit Hounds warehouse that's rented from the town along the St. Frank Trail extension. There's going to be a mural put up on that. We're taking submissions for a mural on the retaining wall, concrete retaining wall that runs along 4th Avenue. Now has like graffiti and stuff on it. A number of we're checking with the neighborhood on that. It seems very popular that area is referred to generally by a lot of the neighbors as Fox Hill. So I think there may be a number of submissions, but there may be a box theme to that mural, which I think is pretty cool. There's also a discussion that we will get into at budget time about the extent to which the existing activities and projects that are done by the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, some of those will be taken over by the Creative District, or what's the continuing role of the LAHC, and how does that affect their budget as well, because that'll be part of our budget process. And again, they are a very active commission and do a lot of good things, and that's just a sample. That's number 4.
All right, well, mine's usually pretty easy, things to gild. But regarding the Sundance stuff, everything we said 2 weeks ago, please show up, please talk about it. And then back to Mariah's presentation, what happens when people don't get information, they make stuff up. And that was kind of the direction of the interactions I had on Saturday around Sundance, because this person has lived in town for a very long time and had started making all these grand decisions, and then felt threatened that we actually had a group together for months working on this stuff. But that person is not on Facebook so much, not reading emails, not checking the town sites, not reading the minutes. So how do we reach those people? And I think talking to them in person is the first start, but it's not the end all. And I don't think they're reading the Redstone. I don't know. there's a information vacuum on some of these topics, but we'll make that better. We're gonna work towards fixing that. Mariah's given us some good things to do there. The UEB met, and then again, we go back around to the whole dark skies initiative stuff. So that's good that we're talking budget, and it's good that, our lighting project doesn't directly speak to dark skies, but it's something we should definitely be looking at. And I'm gonna be interested to participate maybe more on that commission, to go to some of those meetings, to hear about how they're gonna do the inventory at the parks and what their ideas are. So that's really cool. I'm really excited about that. Dr. Cog meets this week, so I will be going to that on Wednesday, and Mark will be going to the UEB meeting. And I thought that Aaron Kaplan was out of town, but maybe it'll be a quick meeting for you. That's all I have.
I believe it. Mm-hmm.
I think so, it's on the agenda.
Yeah.
Bird preservation meets Tuesday night.
Okay, so I want to, I know he's not here, but I wanted to thank Director Kaplan for attending the Consortium of Cities meeting in my place. Look forward to hearing what he believes, since it was all about water, so it feels exponentially appropriate that he was in attendance. EDC met last week, and they have a general request from staff of what are all of the resources currently available to businesses from the town. They would like to just get a compilation of those things. Some topics have been kicked around, so just to be able to be advocates for other business owners, and maybe they want to maybe come up with a document. So sharing those resources, I feel like Ken is maybe working on that, but reiterating that here. And something that Ken is maybe also working on, let's help get Grace access to the EDC chair email. She has not been able to access it. So just sharing that along. The EDC, we talked a lot about the upcoming time of use. And as we talk about this new verbiage of closing the loop, I felt like they didn't hear any follow-up once they were asked for their input on the business side of time of use. So they just would appreciate some follow-up in the future for something like that. We have already sent them the slides and the information that we have. So there's that, but they, in regards to that, they are requesting if there's any room for a longer than 1 month buffer on the data collection before it's rolled out. They are in general in favor of it, even for businesses, even though there are some concerns. So when we like launch, but yeah. Yeah, so because right now it's intended to just do the 1 month to show the comparison. They're curious if for businesses, there could be a longer term of data collection, just so that they can plan more accordingly for how this may affect them. They've crunched, some business owners on that board have done some number crunching on their own and think that it should be net positive for them as well, but if they did any sort of mathematical error, then it could really hurt them. And as we look at how much sales tax really affects our budget, considering that long-term impact on them would be essential. So just some more data collection for them would be great. Apparently they have different accounts in the system, so I'm hoping that's feasible, but we'll see. Then they also, as they were talking about Sundance and its impact, they are considering coming to all of us with a request for a winter marketing budget increase, just so it's not Sundance specific, because we don't know what that's going to look like. So just looking at a winter marketing budget, and if we wanted to pursue that as a board, Longmont has some really awesome examples for what they do over the winter that I think we could maybe glean from. SFC met last Thursday. And congrats to Delphine. She has stepped up as the new chair. She's the newest member as well, but she's very excited to take on the responsibility. I think she's going to do great. And then also for her for them, sorry, in regards to time of use, they're just questioning if there are any subsidies available for support, if this were to impact businesses negatively. Just as something to consider. And then when they heard about the board looking for a wildfire expert position potential, they were reflecting on their time when they used to have a sustainability coordinator for town staff. And they were kicking around the idea of what does it look like to blend those two and rebrand as some sort of resiliency coordinator. And because wildfire mitigation falls under the umbrella of the built infrastructure and sustainability. So we could look at people who are really educated in sustainable economics, ecology and resilience, wildfire mitigation, built environment, and education for the public. That could be a role that the town staff pursues, something to consider. And then my personal trustee request, I love that it came up tonight, but I've had it on my list anyways to ask for an agenda topic to talk about the trustee and boards and commissions process and how we request items. I've even already kind of worked on a little form of what that might look like, so I'd be happy to share that as like a starting point. If for anything, just so that we have it documented what people have asked to work on and why they've asked to work on it and what those topics might align, like how those topics might align with our comprehensive plan. And then also I was going to, it seems like it's gonna come up for budget season, but I went to some LCD outreach meetings, and I would love to request an agenda item to talk about the LAHC LCD transition and what kind of time frame that might want to look like, because I do think that the LCD needs more time before they take on all that the LAHC does, because they're a rocking commission. And then I'd also like the board to entertain reintroducing the quarterly meetings with all of the commission and board chairs. So instead of what I previously requested of this EAB SFC evaluation, I think after I've given it some time, I would really just like to see a greater opportunity for collaboration, and I have been told that there were once quarterly meetings with the board chairs, and I'd love to see that return.
Among the board chairs?
It was the
Yeah.
board chairs and the mayor.
And that could be with the mayor, or it could be like if there's one or two like trustees that would feel more passionate about holding that, something like that would be cool.
Extra trustee, yeah, there could be.
Cool. That is, and then you guys heard about the kayak storage shed. I would just love to stay updated, just because I know that's a hot button topic for that neighborhood. So I know that Team Colorado wants to stick around with us long term. After hearing what their history is, I think that they are an amazing organization, and they could do a lot to put Lions on not just the Colorado stage, not just the national stage, but the global stage. And as we talk about outdoor recreation destination branding for Lions, having them on our team would be incredible. So let's keep them in the positive light.
Okay, summary of action items.
Okay, I have ordinance 1224 passes on second reading. PRC presentation of pilot results and post-pilot recommendation to Board of Trustees in October. Share slides from prior presentations on dark skies and dog waste composting to new members. Staff to circulate the policy for fee waivers for special events, park use fees to boards and commissions, along with staff memo. For Second and Third Avenue, obtain an arborist opinion on the life expectancy and gather homeowner feedback on the Siberian elm tree. Schedule open house and library, and time of use data collection. Did I miss anything, Victoria?
I have just a couple. I had send the
legal update water letter to the Board of Trustees regarding Boulder County water rights. Several items to consider during budgeting the Park and Rec brought up. And, dog waste composting presentation, did you get that one? Send that with the dark sky, okay. Send a letter to Mr. Hessinger, that's just one of mine, for, after being appointed tonight. And
Did you get the policy addition to the agenda for adding stuff to the agenda from trustees?
policy for adding, oh, the one that trustee McCrary just mentioned?
Yep. Add that to the
Yeah.
list of agenda items.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
had a whole list of items, and then also, I have it highlighted, but, trustee Schwartz asked about, the planning commission vacancy. I don't know if that meant you wanted to do anything, but you mentioned that. And then several items, the last one. That's all.
Nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's that.
A second.
All in favor?
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye. Bye,
It's the previous. Not quite as early as last time. It's been a little later.
Better between.